Everybody get settled down. We're going to get started here. Thank you, sir. All right, could everybody have a seat, please? All right, we're going to call this meeting of Monday, August 28th, 2023 to order. If everybody could have a seat, please. Could everybody have a seat, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, would the audience please be in order so we can start the meeting? If everyone would just have a seat. Thank you.
All right, we're going to start with a salute to the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Jennifer, would you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Vance-Clemens?
Here.
Ms. Patitsky?
Here.
Mrs. Blomgren?
Here.
Mrs. Chaikin?
Here.
Mr. Cormack?
Here.
Mrs. Cohen?
Here.
Mr. Rice?
I'm here. Sorry.
Mr. Russell?
Here.
And Mr. Wurs?
Here.
All right, we have 41 comment persons signed up. What we're going to do is please make sure you adhere to the 3-minute policy as we start. We're going to start with Carolyn Sharano, and on deck, we're going to I should read policy 903 first. That would probably be appropriate. According to policy 903, public comment, which is limited to 3 minutes, should be directed to the presiding officer, other than individual board members, district employees, or members of the public, for confidentiality and privacy rights. Specific comments regarding particular individuals must be communicated privately to the school board and superintendent via email at psdschoolboard@pennridge.org. We will start with Carolyn Sharano, public comment. And Leah Foster-Rash is on deck.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Sharino, and I'm from Hilltown Township. I'm here to ask you again that you please listen to what we, the public, community members, stakeholders, and parents have been asking for you to do as our elected representatives, and not pass any curriculum that has Vermilion included in any form. Whatever you think of Jordan Adams, he's certainly not someone who can or should be writing a curriculum or even involved in curriculum whatsoever. It was stated to the public that he was going to point out some changes. However, here we are, and instead he has been actively writing curriculum. Why? Why do we have a non-qualified person to write our curriculum when we have highly qualified and knowledgeable people on our staff that can write developmentally appropriate and a robust fact-based curriculum, and who already are working with our students daily, and who we are already paying to do the job? We have heard from the staff over and over again at these meetings, and they have always shown how they are superior in their expertise of education to Mr. Adams when it comes to writing curriculum for our students. Am I wrong about that? You ask for respect and say we the public don't follow rules, but honestly, you're not following the rules. You have no support for what you're doing, and yet here we are. Can each of you please explain your actions? In the very least, please let us know why you're choosing to throw away our hard-earned money month after month without our approval. Please be accountable for your actions. Just because you were elected to this position does not give you the right to burn taxpayers' hard-earned money and gamble with their children's future and education. The students, parents, teachers, and community all deserve better. Having been elected does not give you a blank check to do as you want. In addition, I specifically ask that in the very least, you not have Hillsdale 1776 as the framework of our curriculum, and change the required wording to optional under the following topics and lessons that mention the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum and the 1776 Unites curriculum. 9th grade civics, government, and economics, lesson 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 8.1, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 8.3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4. Third grade social studies, colonial America, lessons 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Fourth grade social studies, founding fathers, America, Pennsylvania now and then, Lessons 1.4, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 3.1, and 3.2. Fifth grade social studies, Divided America, 1801 to 1877. Lesson 1.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 4.1, 4.2,
Thank you,
4.3,
Ms. Serrano.
4.4. I would also ask that if the radical changes you're making to our curriculum meet the
Serrano, your time is
educational
expired.
standards that are needed for our students to receive an accredited high school diploma.
Thank you, Ms. Serrano.
Please call for that. And on deck is Wendy Murphy.
Leah Foster, Hilltown Township. I feel like that adds up to 1776, Carol. Doing the math. I'm going to piggyback on a lot of things Carolyn just talked about, but I do want to first welcome our incoming superintendent. Welcome. Yes, welcome. So this is about the curriculum and the pushing through of it under the guise that this is what the community wants. That has pretty much been your only rationale, not any actual tangible requirements that any of you have, or Hillsdale has, or Jordan Adams has. But when you're voted in to run a school board, I think you've forgotten that public schools are for everyone. And so now that you're up here, you represent everyone in this district, not just the people who voted for you. Jordan Adams is unqualified. He wrote this curriculum. He says it in one of the correspondence that are posted up there that he wrote specific sections because he was angry that Ms. Vitale took credit for them. The community does not support this. The teachers do not support this. He violated his contract by speaking with Josh Hogan around how this relationship is going. That right there should be reason enough to speak to his own professionalism and his motives. Yet you push it through to fulfill a campaign promise that you build on lies of bias and indoctrination in our school systems. Another reason is that children don't love America enough. I believe our civics scores prove otherwise. Again, no real facts or evidence to show that. But one might argue that loving America is the same as you love a person or a school. You love them as much for what they've overcome as for what they've accomplished. I don't trust people who only show me the best parts of them and refuse to acknowledge their mistakes and struggles they've had. You don't either. I could come up here and say, I've changed my mind. I agree with you. You wouldn't trust that because there's no reason for you to think that I would do that. But I'm just telling you, no, you should trust me. Like, that's not how that works. You need evidence, you need to build a relationship, but you also need to build that confidence and trust in this country within our children. And that is how you love and respect and have pride in something. That's it. Thank you.
Bradley Murphy, and Chris Kaufman on deck.
Good evening.
Microphone.
What? There we go. Good evening. Happy first day of school. I'm here to once again speak in opposition to the rushed curriculum the board majority is trying to force through over the legitimate concerns that have been universally expressed by the Pennridge residents, teachers, parents, and taxpayers. While I would rather be home today discussing my children's first day with them, I instead am having to be here to once again defend high-quality civics and history education. This curriculum you're trying to push through tonight has been denounced by citizens of this community across the political spectrum. It is poorly constructed, and I urge you to not push it through tonight. It's poorly planned, and the rush you had Mr. Adams put on this to push it through this quickly, and your unwillingness to go through a traditional and fiscally responsible curriculum review process shows clearly. The activities are frequently developmentally inappropriate, utilize leading rather than open-ended questioning strategies, lack opportunities for differentiation built into the curriculum to meet the needs of all learners, and are not going to engage learners in high-quality civics ed. To compound this issue, you have failed to provide adequate lead time for your teachers to prepare, to make up for Mr. Adams' lackluster curriculum writing skills. Mr. Adams further suggested today in an email he sent to the district that all potential instructional games and videos available currently through district resources be pooled so they could be reviewed individually by the school board. Last week, I watched one of you imply that teachers regularly have to change curriculum and resources on the first day of school without warning. Let me assure you this is not true, unless you have chosen not to pay attention to your emails or your professional development throughout the summer. Your teachers have told you clearly that they have not been given adequate lead time to prepare for this curriculum. Listen to the good people you have hired and let them do their jobs. As a board, you claimed that part of your goal for these curriculums was to teach students to be patriotic. These curriculums will fail in that goal and leave students disengaged with American history. I urge you tonight, stop trying to overwhelm our community with one manufactured crisis after another. Stop playing politics with my child's education. Vote down this ill-conceived overhaul of our school's curriculum after the school year has started.
Thank you,
Keep
Mr.
the
Dunn.
current high-quality curriculum in place. Bring back that fourth credit of
Thank you,
social
Mr. Dunn.
studies.
Your
And
time
for
is
the
up.
love of goodness, please fire Mr. Adams like this
Thank
community
you,
has
Mr.
asked
Dunn.
for months.
Your time's up. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kearney, you're next.
Chris Kaufman, Percy Borough. I'm standing before the board tonight to give a voice to all the community members that I've had the pleasure of speaking to throughout the district. Across the political spectrum, the consensus has been that our district's failing, and it's failing because of this board. Why is the public at large opposed to this ridiculous curriculum? It's because it's garbage, cut and pasted and forced directly onto the district by a political hack. This board's continued, despite public opposition, to ram through an ideological agenda that was written in part by someone without any credible public education experience.
Mr. Kearney, I'm sorry, Mr. Kearney. The audience will be in order, please. Everyone should have the chance to speak
I'll give my
uninterrupted.
time back.
You get your time back. I'm telling people not to interrupt you.
Okay.
Please
I'd
go
like my
ahead.
time back now.
You see the clock will stop, sir.
No, it wasn't stopped.
I can see it right here.
It was 2 minutes and 22 seconds when you started and interrupted me.
I
And
interrupted
before
you
a
so
few
you
of you
have
in the
a chance
room
to
get up
speak,
in arms
sir.
that I'm insulting Jordan Adams, let us remember his degree is not in education and neither is his former boss's. I'm an electrician by trade, and I was trained in a federally accredited program. If you needed someone to fix an outlet in your house, you wouldn't call a political science from Hillsdale to fix it. Or some members of this board would. I think one of the most horrific moments of the curriculum meeting last week was that one person in the room had enough inside knowledge to feign appalled at Ms. Vitale's responses to direct questioning from a member of his own slate. Then we find out by this person's own admission that he had direct access to Mr. Adams in direct violation of Vermillion's contract. Right. Is this only available to handpick successors to this board? 4 members of the current board don't even enjoy that privilege. In an interview with Bucks County Herald, Mr. Adams was directly asked about his scope of work, and to quote, per the contract to assist with the review and development of curricula, the district decides when to ask for the help, the nature, and what to do with any analysis Vermillion provides. Vermillion has no authority to make any changes in the district, and obviously that was a lie. I'm tired of all this, and that's why I'm here. This is about my kids who actually attend this district, not private education. This is about all of their children who actually attend this district. Stop lying about your intentions and acting incredulous when someone insults your sham consultant. And for the 2 board members who sit there, silent and complicit through all the lies, vitriol, denigration of our community and the professionals of the district that have no respect for you. I can't now and never will. He sat there and allowed this to happen.
Mr. Berry, and one next is Laura Foster.
Good evening. I'm Jim Kearney from Hilltown Township. I'm speaking to express my opposition to the majority of this board's recent curriculum development decisions, particularly in the area of social studies. The proposed curriculum may have been created with good intentions, and it absolutely has aspects that we can all agree should be taught to students, but it exhibits significant pedagogical and content-related shortcomings. It's my sincere belief that approving the curriculum in its current form would be a mistake that undermines the quality of education we should strive to provide our students. Furthermore, I believe it's crucial that our school district upholds the principles of deliberation, research-based decision-making, and commitment to the best interest of all our students. My interest in your actions is both personal and professional. I'm the parent of 2 Pennridge students. I'm also Assistant Director of Teaching and Learning for Radnor School District. I serve on the National Constitution Center's Teacher Advisory Board. I was a National Board Certified Social Studies teacher. I earned a master's degree in history, supervisor of curriculum instruction certification, and a doctorate in educational leadership.
Please continue.
My experiences include developing social studies curriculum, assessments, and instruction in school districts, statewide, in Pennsylvania, and at the national level. It's with a heavy heart and professional concern that I observed your decisions being influenced by political ideology at the expense of established best practices and professional recommendations. In Federalist Paper 10, James Madison wisely cautioned against the pitfalls of allowing a majority faction to sacrifice the public good and the rights of fellow citizens for the sake of their own interests. Recent events surrounding the curriculum development process serve as a stark reminder of the detrimental effects to our community when politics informs education instead of education informing politics. As individuals entrusted with shaping the education of our students, it's of vital importance you prioritize informed decision-making and a commitment to best practices. To this end, I sent you some resources to enhance your understanding of civics education. Among those resources are 2 from the National Constitution Center, which was chartered by Congress to disseminate information about the U.S. Constitution on a nonpartisan basis and is located only about an hour from you. In contrast to the resources I share with you, the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum has not garnered the endorsement of nonpartisan history, civics, and education professionals. The American Historical Association, among other professional organizations, has explicitly condemned the 1776 Commission report and stated that, quote, the authors call for a form of government indoctrination of American students and in the process elevate ignorance about the past to a civic virtue, unquote. It is important that we build our curriculum instruction on a sound foundation rather than polarizing ideologies. To make decisions that benefit all our students and the wider community you have pledged to serve, it may require you to recognize your personal ideology and put it aside. By demonstrating well-informed, evidence-based decisions, we can ensure that our students receive an education that equips them with the knowledge and skills necessary to become engaged and responsible citizens in our community and the larger world. Thank you for your time and
Now that is a curriculum expert I would hire.
Everyone will just be in order so everyone has a chance to speak. Thank you. Ms. Foster, it is your time.
Laura Foster, East Rock Hill. I mean, he's a curriculum expert you would hire if you believed in experts. But, if you don't believe in experts, what are you going to do? I mean, some of you may be familiar with this, but I'm just going to read it anyway. In accordance with PA Code 22, Section 4.4, parents and guardians have the inherent right to exempt our children from specific instruction that conflicts with our beliefs. Based on our evaluation of the content and recommendations from the controversial Vermilion and related curriculum resources, we find it highly inappropriate for our child's educational development. This is a formal notice of the following. We are opting out. We are opting out of all curriculum developed, influenced, and or advised by Vermilion Education. We are opting out of all curriculum from Hillsdale College, including but not limited to Hillsdale 1776 curriculum, resources recommended by Hillsdale College, overlays into existing curriculum, and instructional resources used to inform our children's education. We are opting out of all curriculum and resources from 1776 Unites, Core Knowledge, and the Koch brothers Bill of Rights Institute, and any curriculum recommendations based on or from these groups. This is not a request. This is a notice. This is a notice for this school board to respect the true meaning of parental rights. Parental rights is not imposing the fundamentalist beliefs of a vocal minority of Moms for Liberty stakeholders onto a community's children. This is indoctrination. Parental rights is respecting each parent's beliefs and desires to pursue education that aligns with their family values. The only reason that Pennridge parents are in agonizing positions of having to choose to opt our children out of curriculum is because of every single person up here on this board, every single person that has voted over and over and over again to indoctrinate our children. They have worked to dismantle public education by voting for policies to ban books, to discriminate against queer children, to silence voices of students of color, and to silence the voices of our teachers. The onus is on you. It is your responsibility to find a reasonable and parent-approved alternative for parents who do not want our children indoctrinated by your political anti-American beliefs. You do not have to be white to be American. You don't have to be straight to be American. You don't have to be Christian to be American. We are all Americans. And these guys are the 1775 imperialists. And we know how that war ended. So this is my notice to opt out. Here's some other parents' notices to opt out. Anyone needs an opt-out form? Find me.
Kevin Levin, please. Sir, are you a member of the Pennridge community? Do you live in
According to your own policy 903, charitable organizations are permitted to speak at these meetings.
What charitable organization?
The Bucks County Anti-Racism Coalition.
Suspend for a second. Mr. Levin, please continue. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So close.
The front page,
Back away.
the front page of Vermilion's website makes the claim that it espouses an ideology-free education, quote, from the Hillsdale curriculum, Unit 8, Late 20th Century Government and Politics, Lesson 1, The Civil Rights Movement, says this about Martin Luther King Jr., quote, although King appealed to the individual conscience and not the force of law to bring about a colorblind society, we'll talk about why that's problematic later, some who partook in the civil rights movement and subsequent political and moral philosophies would instead seek to use the power of government to change individual consciences. Here are King's actual words on the matter.
That is, that although it may be true that morality cannot be legislated, behavior can be regulated. Even though it may be true that the law cannot change the heart, it can restrain the heartless. Even though it may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, it can restrain him from lynching me. And I think that's pretty important also. So while the law may not change the hearts of men, it can and it does change the habits of men. When you begin to change the habits of men, pretty soon the attitudes will be changed. Pretty soon the hearts will be changed. I'm convinced that we still need strong civil rights legislation.
This is but one example of how the Hillsdale curriculum championed by Vermillion distorts the truth, whitewashes American story, and bears false witness. There are many. If you were to read through the curriculum as I have, you'd see that the claims of Vermillion and Hillsdale to present an unbiased approach to teaching history are also lies. Anyone with even a modest education out here in the real world of truth and fact can see through these claims. The only freedom Hillsdale offers is freedom from the truth, in favor of an intentional distortion of the American story and condition under the guise of patriotism and the founding principles. The only thing Vermillion is preparing the students of this community for is the arduous, painful, and necessary unlearning of the teachings espoused by Hillsdale later in their careers.
Jane Kramer. After Ms. Kramer is Mr. McClellan. Mr. McClellan, you're next. After Ms. Kramer. Ms. Kramer, please, your time.
Thank you. Jane Kramer, Sellersville. I'm going to read a statement from Mrs. Joan Kaliza, the retired principal of Grass Elementary. Unfortunately, fortunately, she's babysitting her grandkids tonight, so she wasn't able to join us, but she's very passionate about what's going on right now in Pennridge and wanted me to read this. As someone with nearly 30 years of involvement with Pennridge School District as a parent of 4 former students, school board president, curriculum supervisor, elementary school principal, and now grandparent of Pennridge students, it pains me to see the harmful impact of mismanagement, micromanagement, and malpractice of this Pennridge School Board on our administration, staff, students, parents, and taxpayers. We are seeing record numbers of resignations of highly respected veteran teachers and administrators. We are seeing thousands of hard-earned taxpayer dollars spent on an unqualified consultant who has far overreached the original tasks he was charged with doing. A task, mind you, that our highly qualified supervisors and teachers were already doing at no additional cost to taxpayers. We are seeing board members who cannot get through a public meeting without repeatedly insulting each other, district staff, and members of the public. We are seeing board members with delusions of grandeur acting as the de facto leaders of the district by inserting themselves in the day-to-day business of the district and threatening the job security of anyone who dares disagree with them. We are seeing a school board who has turned the district tagline, proud, principled, and prepared, into a sad joke. It is time for each and every candidate who is asking for your vote to participate in a public forum to make their positions known on the issues so that Pennridge residents can make informed decisions. If they refuse, they do not deserve your vote in November. It is time for every parent, business owner, taxpayer to examine the candidates' positions and vote for those who will best serve our children and our community, regardless of which ballot their name appears on. It is time to elect school board members who understand the role of a school director and act accordingly. Simply put, it's time for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan. And then after Mr. McClellan, Susan Foster Swartley.
Ross McLennan, Hillsdale. I got more relaxed last time when I did that. Hilltown. So I had 4 kids graduate. The last was, I guess, 8 years ago. I'm relatively new to the community, so kind of married into the community. Started to see this start to happen. It was pretty scary. But now that I see this is our community. Please quit dividing it. I don't know if this, and I won't curse today, Joan, I promise. My notes are already read. So this divisional stuff, it came from outside, and it's not pretty. And it hurts. It hurts your community. It hurts me personally. You know, the kids keep asking me. I don't know what to tell them. What do you say to your kids, folks? First day of school, yay! But we have this curriculum that we have to put up with, and we have you folks. Think when you vote today. Think about this community, all of us. Okay? I didn't curse, Joe.
Thank you.
Susan Foster Swartley, and then after Susan is Emily Goebel-Smith.
Hello, my name is Susan Camille Foster Swartley from East Rock Hill Township, and I graduated Pennridge in June, and I'm going to read a statement from the Southern Poverty Law Center that they prepared for this meeting. In recent years, public education has been a primary target for coordinated far-right attacks. The groups leading this charge primarily formed as a part of the right-wing backlash to COVID-19 public safety measures. However, they quickly broadened their focus of attacks. The Southern Poverty Law Center refers to these groups as anti-student inclusion movement. Currently, a significant mobilization is underway by this reactionary, outspoken minority that targets diverse students and any inclusive curriculum that contains discussions of slavery, discrimination, and LGBTQ+ identities. They are doing this to prevent children from receiving an accurate and inclusive education. They are, indeed, an anti-student inclusion. Their efforts seek to erase identities from public spaces, leave students of color and queer students without any insight into who they are, and deprive all students of an accurate understanding of the contributions of those who came before them. At the forefront of this mobilization is Moms for Liberty, a Florida-based group that the Southern Poverty Law Center has designated as an anti-government extremist group, along with 11 similar organizations. Since their founding in 2021, Moms for Liberty has quickly become one of the largest and most recognized voices in the anti-student inclusion movement, with a primary goal to gain power through local and school board elections. Moms for Liberty has leveraged their relationships with political officials, media personalities, and extremist groups to put them in places to implement sweeping changes for the majority of students and educators, when most do not share the views of this group. These so-called parents' right groups and activist leaders often attempt to speak for all parents and moms. It is important to remember that these anti-student inclusion groups are an outspoken minority. The Southern Poverty Law Center polling corresponds with research conducted by several national institutions, showing that parents, educators, and community members disagree with banning books and agree with the accurate teaching of history, and trust teachers to deliver an inclusive, quality education. We must stand together and protect our public education system from the anti-student inclusion movement, which seeks to dismantle it. We all have a duty to keep extremist forces from erasing both our shared history and members of our community. While it is often said that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, it's just as important to recognize those trying to erase it want to replicate it. Our elected officials, business leaders, and community members must condemn extremism and expand inclusive education. Thank you.
Ms. Goebel-Smith. After Ms. Goebel-Smith is Bob Auchenfroth. I hope I got that right. Ms. Goebel-Smith, your turn.
Good evening. Emily Smith, East Rock Hill. Again, I'd like to discuss the wasteful spending of this school board. This is a little off topic from everyone else, but also a very important topic to discuss. In the last 12 months, this board has spent $676,575 on legal fees. In the previous 12 months, the bills totaled half of that at around $340,588. What are we spending all this money on? Much of this money has gone to paying over $200 an hour to have emails redacted for RTKs. Why are we spending so much money to hide information from the public? Why are our tax dollars being spent on keeping the board's actions secret from the public? Other lawyers in this firm charge $250 an hour, which is pretty expensive. Why wasn't this contract for a law firm sent out for bids to get competitive rates? Why are we paying a premium for a basic legal and administrative work? Is this because this particular law firm has strong connections to the GOP? Our tax dollars have paid for donations to the Republican Party, and I can only assume that our $700,000 was what awarded Mr. Miller a partnership in his Harrisburg firm. Last week, I read a post online from the autistic support teacher asking for donations for her classroom of supplies she needed, like yoga mats and other things the students needed to make them feel more comfortable. She said she needed these supplies since her budget was cut. Why are we spending $700,000 on Harrisburg lawyers when our own special needs students aren't getting the supplies they need? Funding Mike's bow ties. We need to be funding our autistic students. We need to refocus on our own community and stop allowing this board to funnel our tax dollars to partisan outsiders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And I will say for the record that my wife agrees with you about the bow ties. Bob Ockenfrock.
Yes, Bob Ockenfuss, Percy, Pennsylvania. I'm a retired Pennridge teacher, once a teacher, always a teacher. I taught social studies, geography, Pennsylvania studies, and American history for close to 35 years. During those years, I served as a social studies department chairperson at both Central Junior High School and South Middle School. I coached interscholastic boys basketball and golf at the high school and middle school levels. I retired in 2007. I wrote curriculum for many years, visiting other districts to find out what they did, what they were successful at, that we could apply to our own. Yesterday on CBS News Sunday morning, there was a story about Reed Moon from Zeleenople, PA, that's near Pittsburgh, a revered bus driver who retired after 27 years of service. At a reunion party, now grown students gathered for one last ride. What were the lessons they had learned from the man in the driver's seat? Love and respect. That's correct. We all could stand some of that right now. As an 8th grade teacher, the period of history I covered spanned medieval England to Europe to constitutional America. Toward the end of the year, we studied the American Revolution. Instead of a test to measure what the students had learned, they had to write a paper explaining how England could have won the war. We studied the failures of the Articles of Confederation and how these mistakes led to the creation and framing of the Constitution. We held a mock constitutional convention where the students researched and role-played the decisions and conflicts that led up to the final document. A student, George Washington, ran the meeting, discovering the difficulties of keeping order and making progress. A student secretary kept the minutes of the meeting. The remaining students sat in a semicircle as delegates in their state delegations. They had to research the opinions and viewpoints of their delegate. At the beginning of the convention, they had to introduce themselves as the delegate and explain their thinking on matters. When the convention was over, we studied the actual United States Constitution and compared and discussed how close we had come to our individual classroom versions. How alike were they? How different? What were the benefits of doing so? We learned about compromise. We learned that the Founding Fathers were fallible human beings capable of making mistakes. The difficult task of creating the office of president was created and worked on at the end of the convention. I say difficult because our young nation feared the centralized authority of being a king, and were used to each state or former colony acting as a separate country. Everyone was tired at this point and wanted to go home. You know how it is at the end of a meeting. Did those supposedly wise men get everything right? That is certainly still up for debate. No one is right all the time.
Sir, thank you. That's your time. Thank you very much.
I'll finish later.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin Foster. And after Kevin Foster is Matt Carbonaro. And we'll tell the community that we are at the end of our first page, and Mr. Foster is leading off the second. And thank you very much for being respectful of each other's opportunity to speak. Mr. Foster, your time.
Kevin Foster, Hilltown Township. First off, I wanted to start off and mention that I am a proud Pennridge father of 3 kids in the district. Our family are firm believers in a strong and stable public education system. I should be home right now listening to their first day of school stories, but instead I'm here with the most chaotic school board in Pennridge history. Tonight we have an agenda item to force a political agenda into our students' classrooms the evening of the first day of school, continuing instability and chaos. On the agenda as well tonight, you're approving $7,000 more, almost $7,000 more of our tax dollars to be paid directly to Jordan Adams, the political consultant that the board hired to force the Hillsdale curriculum from a private Christian conservative college directly into our classrooms. I'd like to remind the community of a few things. Jordan Adams of Vermillion worked directly for Hillsdale College before starting his company only a few months ago. Jordan Adams of Vermillion has only one contract with any public school district in the entire United States, Pennridge School District. Adams said he would not be writing curriculum, but at the last meeting it was disclosed that Adams lied and has written multiple units of our students' social studies curriculum. Adams has been secretly talking to one of this board's political allies, who isn't even serving on the board, violating his contract. And tonight, after all of this, you will be taking a vote to force this political curriculum paid for by all of our tax dollars directly into our students' classrooms. Drafted by a consultant who doesn't know our kids, doesn't know our community, and on the night of the first day of school. Forcing our teachers to adopt it immediately. Our teachers should be learning their students' names and getting organized for the first week. Instead, you will be causing immense disruption to them and our students at the beginning of the year. This board could care less about Pennridge students and our teachers. This is what Pennridge tax money is being used to fund. A political operative that meets with board members privately and is being paid to cut and paste his former employer's curriculum into our students' classrooms. But to what end? Is Pennridge going to be used in marketing materials to advertise Hillsdale to the rest of the country? Why did Pennridge School Board let outsiders like Adams and Hillsdale into our community? It appears Pennridge has been sold off to outside political interests and allies of this school board. Which begs the question, have financial promises been made to our board or future employment been promised? The community and parents like me have been clear. We need to end this contract, fire Jordan Adams, and restore local control to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Matt Carbonaro, Chris Swartley, and then Stephen Rash after that. Mr. Carbonaro, your time.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Matt Carbonaro, Percy Borough. My public comment pertains to the social studies curriculum that developed with the consultation of Vermillion and which will be voted on tonight. As I wanted to mention last week, I did have limited knowledge of what was in this contract and how it would benefit Pennridge. Originally, I did have opposition mainly procedurally to the contract, aka how the sausage was made. However, after doing my own research, I'm glad this will be approved. I do appreciate people who run for public office and fulfill their campaign promises. This contract and the curriculum were passed to keep DEI initiative from returning to Pennridge. We need a strong history and civics curriculum. We should be proud to be Americans and not chastise this great country. We should promote American exceptionalism and not hide away from it at all. We are not a racist country, no matter what a small minority here claims we are.
Please be in order. Please be in order.
The small minority of voices are the same people who push our 1619 project, which is full of leftist garbage and has been proven to be historically inaccurate. I also find it hypocritical when DEI consultants were paid to push this propaganda in our curriculum. Those yelling the loudest were now silent back then. Don't let them fool you. They are not against indoctrination. They are just mad that Vermillion is helping to get all that junk that was snuck in the curriculum back in 21. community should be unified and support the school board. Can't we all agree history is fundamental and the United States is the greatest country in the world? In the past, I have made unwarranted comments. Before doing my own research, I know this issue has caused a divide, and loud voices are trying to stoke the divide amongst the community. I hope over time healing can happen. No matter where you stand on the issue, we have a school board election in 2 months. Please keep in mind what is at stake. Do you want DEI to return? An initiative that puts students in the boxes based on skin color and sexuality. That initiative that said white students were oppressors and black and brown students were victims. Do you want COVID draconian measures and lockdowns to return? Do you want boys and girls bathrooms in sports? There are school board members claim to be moderate and they're not on one side, and I think this should happen in Pennridge. We have a great and diverse group of people who are running on the Protect Pennridge 2023 team. They are working hard for your vote. Thanks. Have a great one. Bye.
Ms. Swarley. Please be in order. Please be in order. Everyone has been respectful. Thank you. Please be in order, sir. Ms. Swarley, your turn.
Much of what I'm going to say is just a repeat of the concerns you've already heard. And can I just say that you've heard over months and months, and it's a complete failure of leadership that you have not listened to rational, logical concerns and responded with rationality and logic. This curriculum is not ready. It contains errors, which you should know if you would listen to our social studies teachers. Parts were written by someone who's not even qualified to write curriculum in our district. No training, no experience in public education, which is different than private education. No Pennsylvania certifications. This person has broken their contract, the contract which hardly says anything detailed, but does say that they should not discuss their work with a third party, and this has happened. The contract has been broken. If you have given him permission to have this discussion, then I have a question about integrity, because there are members of your own board who have been denied access to him. Opposition to this curriculum is coming from Republicans, Democrats, Independents, people across the spectrum, and it's coming from Pennridge teachers and supervisors. It's not too late. It is not too late for you to reverse this failure of leadership. Do not approve this curriculum. Allow our dedicated, qualified professionals who understand the requirements and complexities of public education to do their jobs that they were trained to do. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Rash. And after Stephen Rash is Lauren Gossard and then Eric Gossard. Mr. Rash.
Just want to make sure, is Mr. Berrios here, or did he sneak out? There you are. Okay, you're still here. Good. Thought you might sneak off being a little afraid of what's going on here. We've heard from pretty much the entire board over the Vermillion situation. We've heard what everyone thinks, except for two people that I think we should hear from tonight. Dave, Silent Bob, I think it's time for we hear from you. A couple people brought it up that there was an email that's part of the supporting documentation in the curriculum section, and I think it's important that we hear from Mr. Adams, who responded just to Ms. Blumgren about his concerns how at last week's curriculum meeting he wasn't getting full credit for what he had done. So I'm going to read that section. He says, I also have to correct the record from the August 21st Curriculum Committee meeting on a few accounts. It was repeatedly said, rather surprisingly, which units were drafted by the district and which were by Vermillion, i.e. this is what I did versus Mr. Adams, with commentary suggesting that the Vermillion units had a number of problems, which were listed as grades 3 through 5 and civics units 5 and 6 in 9th grade. By comparison, it was suggested that the district drafted units were without criticism, listed as grades 1 to 2 and 9th grade units, on civics government units 1 through 4, which had just been judged acceptable, perhaps even excellent. However, this suggestion is not true. Vermillion drafted not only units 5 through 6, but also units 1 through 4 in 9th grade, which seemed to be celebrated during the meeting. Didn't you say last week that they were only helping? They wrote the curriculum. Am I missing something here? They're not consultants, they're the authors, or he is the author, I'm sorry, his big organization. He is the author. So, thanks for the transparency again, Jordan. So let's be honest. We know who wrote it. He admitted it. He wants to be proud of that. He should be, I guess. But Mr. Blumgren, you were honest last week, or not, maybe not honest, but you were transparent with one thing. When the question was asked a couple times whether you were getting kickbacks or some kind of incentive for bringing Mr. Adams into it, you spoke up very quickly and said, I did not get anything back. And then the loudest person on this board was quiet as a church mouse. Church mouse. Right, Megan? Now you're looking up at me. Thanks. The whole time she's been there scribbling away or whatever.
Comments to the president.
Well, I think I made my point. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone up here. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Gosard. After Ms. Gosard is Eric Gosard, and after Mr. Gosard is Brian McMillan. Thank you. Your time, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Gosard from Hilltown Township. I'm a parent of 2 girls in this community, one at the high school and one at Central Middle School. I've also been an educator for about 20 years. I've worked for several of the surrounding districts, and I've actually worked for Pennridge as well. I have an issue with the changes in social studies curricula being approved tonight. In looking at the curriculum changes on the table for approval, I see areas where instructional resources are not even listed. How can we expect our outstanding teachers to incorporate new curriculum at this point on the first day of school? There are missing resources that have not been explored or even piloted in our district. There's not been a full vertical alignment amongst the grade levels to make sure that there's not gaps or overlaps. It also hasn't been reviewed for developmental appropriateness. But most importantly, no one on this board has ever specifically stated what the problem was to begin with the social studies curriculum and why it needed a complete overhaul. Please don't respond that the reason was because we needed a high school government course, because that did not mean we needed to completely redo all of the curriculum all the way back to first grade. Your lack of respect for our teachers, supervisors, and administrators have caused many of them to leave. Side note, I'm getting Mrs. Washam in a couple weeks, and we're really excited. Her dedication, warmth, and strong leadership will really be valued there. But asking our dedicated professionals here in Pennridge to add these social studies changes at the very last minute without being fully reviewed is like asking them to build a plane while flying. And we're asking them to do so without a contract. Please, pump the brakes. Take the time to decide what the problem really even is with the current curriculum. Take the time to plan a new district-wide social studies curriculum that's fully developed and well thought out. Provide time for teachers to plan and train with the new resources. In a dream world, we could do all this without Jordan Adams, who's been a pawn in dividing this community. Stop micromanaging everything that the district and that their teachers are doing. Remember your place. You chose a superintendent who hired administrators, who hired the teachers. These are professionals. They deserve a fair contract. They should feel valued. They should be paid what they're worth. We need these teachers, and they have told us time and time again not to pass this curriculum through. I have seen these teachers and how they've worked with my own children, and I've worked side by side with many of them. We can put our trust in them. They put our children first time and time again. I know you're going to push this through anyway. I do want to thank those on the board who've tried to listen to the opposing viewpoints and tried to find compromise. But right now, please vote no to the curriculum changes until it can be given the time and attention it needs to succeed.
Mr. Gosard, Mr. McMillan, Mr. Resitek.
That was just my wife. Well done. Thank you. I doubt I'll do that well, but here we go. So I'm Eric Gosard, Hilltown Township. I have 2 children in the district. I have 24 years of experience as a health educator and school counselor at a local public high school. One of the greatest parts of my day is when I get to talk with my daughters about the happenings at school. I am frequently impressed with the various types of activities, experiments, group projects, partner tasks, debates, and hands-on learning my children experience as students in Pennridge School District. The inventiveness, creativity, and passion of our teachers is evident. To the teachers, admin, and coaches who have positively impacted my children, I thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I've just reviewed the 9th grade curriculum for the proposed Civics, Government, and Economics course up for a vote tonight. Within the framework of the proposed curriculum is required usage of the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum for American government and politics. This 1,066-page document is extensive in the volume of topics covering very important subject matter. In my opinion, what lacks are the activities and experiences that cement learning for long-term impact. The kind my children have talked about for years here in this district. It also offers minimal differentiation for the wide range of reading and writing abilities of our students. The assessments are mostly short answer and essay. Advice for creating engaging and memorable lessons are minimal. I ask the board to not accept the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum as the primary educational resource for the new 9th grade course. By handcuffing our fantastic teachers with this required curriculum, you are sacrificing experiential learning and long-term impact for a volume of topics assessed by writing alone. The topics are too important to be covered in this manner. Our teachers are too good to be handcuffed by this one-dimensional approach to teaching and learning. Please vote no to the required use of Hillsdale curriculum. We can do better. Our children and their understanding of government are worth going back to the drawing board. It is also worth noting that there is a tremendously difference in maturity and ability between 9th graders and seniors. A class this important should be taken by 11th or 12th graders for maximum benefit. On a side note, our teachers are currently working without a new contract. Their salaries will be frozen during this inflationary period. Please show them that they are valued by making them the highest paid in Bucks County, as they have overwhelmingly shown me they are worth it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. McMillan, Mr. Resitek, and Jake W.
Hi, I'm Matt Resitek. I live in East Rock Hill Township. I'm the father of a first grader in the district. I'm speaking to express my vehement opposition to the changes in the social studies curriculum and the adoption of the Vermillion nonsense. I'm not going to speak to any of the more nuanced aspects of the curriculum changes that are being proposed because I'm not an expert in education or history. I've never written curriculum. I'm not a teacher. I am going to speak to some common sense aspects of learning and curriculum as a lifelong learner that I think most of us can see plain as day. I find analogies make complex things easier to understand. It's really clear that this board isn't getting the ideas that the town and the populace want. So I'm going to make some analogies about your curriculum change. I learned to fly about a decade ago. When I sought out flight instructors, these are the qualifications of my first and current flight instructor. My first flight instructor had a PhD in electrical engineering, had 4,000 hours of flight experience, and was an advisor for the FAA and safety. My current flight instructor threw F-4s in Vietnam and had 20,000 hours of experience with a major airline. You have a faculty that's devoted their life's work to educating our students. They have hundreds of years of experience. Hundreds of years. They have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and PhDs in education. I didn't select a random person at the airport that rode on a plane once. But you're choosing to ignore your faculty. You're selecting to adopt the curriculum advisor that has no formal degrees in education, has never taught in a classroom, and no experience or certification in curriculum development. Furthermore, when you learn to fly, you do it in a specific order. How to maneuver the airplane in flight, how to take off, how to land, and finally how to navigate. You must learn in this order, because if you skip one, you crash the plane. From last week's curriculum meeting, it became clear that the new curriculum neglects the fact that education builds upon itself, and that the mandatory curriculum that would be forced upon teachers skips giant paths of knowledge when you go from one year to the other. There was no consideration paid to what our students have already learned in previous years versus what they need to learn now. One board member in last week's meeting stated that teachers could figure it out on the fly or get it straightened out next year and next time. Our students only get one shot at this. When you fly a plane, you don't get a second chance to not crash. Your student, my son, doesn't get a second chance at his education. Don't crash his education.
I had Brian McMillan listed before Mr. Resicek, so I don't know if we missed Mr. McMillan. Mr. McMillan?
I am.
You were up.
I hope so.
And then Jake W.
Brian McMullen, East Rock Hill Township. The Hillsdale curriculum is being portrayed as racist, filled with false information and white nationalism because it has a positive pro-American storyline. The left has been fighting against this curriculum at these meetings and online. This curriculum is a good, down-the-middle, non-political, unbiased teaching of our country, warts and all. The opposition to it is based on a political stance supported by a belief that our country is not good. While certainly not perfect, the United States has done more for mankind and charity for other countries than any other in the world. I think this is something that sets us apart from the rest of the world and without a doubt, something to be proud of. I ask, since when is it wrong to be a proud American? This is the story of our historical founding and our accomplishments. We know our history is filled with facts that we are not always proud of, but they are part of this curriculum. The overwhelming portion of our history is something to be taught and to be positive about. We can acknowledge the wrongs in our history and still be proud of our country. There are clearly people who don't agree, and that is their right as Americans to voice their concerns. However, the lies being circulated about this curriculum and the majority on this board are part of a much larger agenda that is being carried out by a very vocal minority. They do not represent the majority of Pennridge residents. If that were so, most of this board would not have been elected. The keyboard jockeys online consistently feed a heavily slanted and false narrative to their social media echo chambers, missing either context or truth altogether. They tried to derail the process of these meetings by breaking protocol, shouting out or overspeaking, opposing views, and have even resorted to displaying obscene gestures and profanity on a live stream to our children. Then they have the audacity to blame the circus they've created on poor leadership. Let's be honest here. The Pennridge scores were sliding downwards before COVID and were made worse by online instruction during COVID lockdown. This board is trying to do something to correct that with this curriculum. Many teachers' unions have opposed this curriculum, just as this one here today. Let's remember that they are the ones who brought you the low scores, COVID school lockdowns, and the mask mandates. How does anyone trust a union that pushes political policies that have proven time and again to be failures that harm our children's learning and only empower the union's control over our children? Again, our children. This curriculum is a good change of direction from failure and should be given a fair opportunity. Failure cannot be an option for our kids. Sadly, some of the opponents of this curriculum subscribe to the notion that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge, and that is the insanity we need to unite against. I'd like to thank the board for this time to speak, and specifically your time as volunteers. As I've stated in previous comments, a fantastic quote from James Doolittle about warriors. There's nothing stronger than the heart of a volunteer. Sincere thank you to our 5 warriors up there.
Jake W. And after Jake, David O'Donnell. And then Dan Shabiro. Please be in order.
Sorry, just cleaning up some litter.
Sir, put those papers down.
Put them back.
Excuse me, Mr. Ratter. I can do this myself.
Just cleaning litter,
sorry. Just make your statement, sir.
Sure.
Be in order, make your statement. Please be in order. Thank you.
Believe it or not, I actually want to speak out in support of the teachers.
He stated where he was from and what his name was. Thank you. Please be in order. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually want to speak out in support of teachers. I don't think this is enough time to prepare for this curriculum. I want to read you some of the things on the curriculum. This is 9th grade, civics, government, economics. This is on the agenda. Page 3, big ideas. Point 2, representative self-government can only effectively defend rights if citizens are knowledgeable. Page 4, content, the 3rd bullet point. The role education has in cultivating a citizen that thinks and acts independently and intelligently. Page 8, under essential questions, it's question 3. How can dividing power guard against its abuse? Page 9, separation of powers and the role in avoiding a concentration of power. Page 22, big ideas. This is question 2. Civic participation and association are core hallmarks of and contributors to a free and self-governing society. Civic participation. Most importantly, on page 22, bullet point 3, how government works. Evaluate the roles of political parties, interest groups, and mass media in politics and public policy. I don't think they're prepared. These government teachers have been political activists in the classroom for so long.
Please
they
be in
would be
order.
completely unprepared to try to deliver a straight
Please be in
curriculum
order.
to their team, to the students, to actually empower them for this civic participation, to actually have informed and educated citizenry, which is a core hallmark of our civic society. I agree. I don't think a day is enough time. But I don't think a year is enough time. I just don't think they can possibly get prepared for this. After all, the teachers are an interest group. And they do want to affect public policy. They do want to set the agenda. I've actually heard so many of them say they're so unprepared, there's despair over possible staffing shortages. I think that's how afraid they are to have this curriculum, because for so long they've been political activists pushing it towards kids. And at this point, we're asking to just simply inform the kids how to be educated citizens, how to participate, maybe how to come to a school board, and be the ones who are in a self-representative government, rather than have one special interest group with a concentration of power that can be abused. Thank you.
Mr. David O'Donnell. After him, Dan Shapiro. After him, Todd Hurley. Please be in order.
He's not a resident.
Please be in order. Sir, go ahead.
You're good. No, you're good.
Thank you. I'll do this. Please go ahead, sir.
David O'Donnell, Sellersville Borough. I had something to say, but do you not hear the idiotic things that are coming out of these people's mouths? Seriously, this is what you're trying to promote. Seriously, you're trying to act like none of us love America, like none of us understand the things that are going on in this country, like these things aren't already being taught. Like, oh, we need a refresher course. Like, are you kidding me? This is insanity. We've had some unbelievable people come up here and speak already. We had somebody who even spoke to Radnor. Isn't that where you said you were trying to make your decisions based on? Because they're such a top school district? So you were trying to embody what they do. Did you hear what he said? None of what you're doing matches that. Just because you change one single thing doesn't match the rest of their formula of success. You know, they also have things like SEL. We completely got rid of that in our program. And this curriculum only takes us further down that rabbit hole. It's absurd that you keep thinking that this is okay, and this is the type of response you're getting. And now we got people attacking our teachers, our staff, and our administrators because of the actions you're taking. That is absolutely not okay. What's next? You're going to start attacking our students too?
Yes.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, you start going that route, and these things change significantly. Because the moment you start putting our children in play, that's when lawsuits start and everything else, and all of a sudden, our district gets destroyed. I don't want to see that happen. And you refuse to pause and think intelligently and critically about any of this. This is not how leadership works. And that's what you are supposed to be. You're not supposed to be educators. You're not supposed to be administrators. You're supposed to be leaders. You're supposed to be listening to the people that have been hired to do the job and take their input and move with relative ease at this point, because education has been going on in this country for centuries. This is not a new thing, and you're like trying to reinvent the wheel here. Pause on this. None of these teachers are ready for what you're trying to do in the first place. And you're trying to push too fast. We now have a new superintendent that you can get more information from, get his input. We have a new principal. You can get his input. Guess what? That's more information for you to make an intelligent decision and be an adequate leader. That's all we ask for. Stop trying to peddle this nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. Dan Shapiro, Mr. Todd Hurley.
Dan Shapiro, Bedminster Township, and I shouldn't be here. Not a single parent in this room should be here. This is the first day of school. We should be home with our kids because we should be able to trust our school board enough to not have to be here, but we have to be here to fight for them. 2 years ago, this board, and it's half of you guys and half of you were in the audience, rejected the old curriculum, social studies curriculum, because of a perception of bias. And then you went and you asked Jenna to come up with a new curriculum. I would have loved to have seen her curriculum. Yes. We never got to see it because you guys decided instead to bring in a political hack who is masquerading as an educational consultant and force this Hillsdale 1776 curriculum down our collective throats. This curriculum in Vermillion education is so biased. It's been rejected in like rural Tennessee, Sarasota, Florida. Yes. It's barely used anywhere in America, and it has no place in Bucks County. Over the past couple weeks, you guys have heard all the reasons why it's not appropriate. It's clear you have not removed bias. At the least, you've replaced one bias with another. But more realistically, what you've done is created bias where there wasn't very much there to begin with. And it's so bad. No one's showing up to support you guys in this. It's so bad, we have non-residents petitioning other non-residents to come and show support by clapping for this. To give you guys the idea that someone supports this. There's barely anyone willing to speak up. I actually appreciate we at least heard a few voices tonight. Now, I'm asking you guys, if there's the 5 of you who've let it get to this point, if you're so convinced this is the right thing to do, then please take the time to do it right. Our experts have told you it's too big and there's not enough time. I'm asking you, delay the curriculum to give the public a chance to review it and comment on it. Delay it so our teachers have time to figure out how to make compelling lesson plans and visual aids. Delay it so Mrs. Vitale has an opportunity to figure out how to phase it in so it's not disruptive to our education. Delay it so our gifted teachers and our learning support teachers can differentiate it for their students. Delay the curriculum. If you guys approve it today, you're doing everyone I just mentioned a massive disservice. You guys have said yourself, you don't want the teachers sitting there reading boring lessons out of a book. What do you think is going to happen this year if you approve this right now? Well, they don't have time to do anything else. You haven't even given them time to figure out what book to read. The world's watching you guys right now. Do the right thing. Delay it, or even better, vote it down.
Mr. Todd Hurley. Ms. Chenoweth, your time in that by hand. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hurley.
Todd Hurley, East Rock Hill Township, 1983 Pennridge graduate, 53-year member of this community. Yesterday at church, the pastor asked the congregation for prayers. I don't often say things. Yesterday, I asked for prayers for this board because of the divisiveness that you expressed to the entire community. I graduated from Pennridge, as did my siblings and my children. My father was an elementary guidance counselor. I have spent a majority of my adult life active in this community. I love my community. And I have been saddened to watch the board majority undermine the quality of our school district. Other speakers have spoken eloquently and have expressed the opinion that I share, that this curriculum is flawed for many reasons. so I won't repeat those points. I will say this. The board majority has undermined the trust of this community. You have had numerous opportunities to display leadership, to explain why you think this curriculum is needed, to hear the concerns of Pennridge parents and teachers. You still have time to be the leaders that I'm sure you can be. Push pause on this curriculum and listen to the concerns of the community. It is not a sign of weakness to admit you might have been wrong. The mark of good leadership is to admit mistakes and learn from them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of page 2, starting on page 3 with Sherry Kodiak. And again, I thank you for observing the rules of speaking and decorum. Thank you. And then Carl Harple after that. And then Darren Lawson, wherever Darren is. Ms. Kodiak.
Good evening. Sherry Kodiak,
Kodiak, sorry.
Bedminster Township. My kids have graduated from Pennridge High School, in fact, in 2021 and 2022. And as I was reading this Hillsdale curriculum and what you have proposed, there are several things missing from this curriculum document. The curriculum document doesn't even have formative assessments. So as an educator, how are we going to, or how are they going to gauge that they've met the goals of the lesson if there are no formative assessments? Also, when you write curriculum is a collaborative effort amongst teachers and administrators. There is no collaboration. It's one person who is saying what is happening, dictating what is going on. Your board policy about curriculum development says, as an educational leader of the district, the superintendent shall be responsible to the board for the development of curriculum. He shall establish procedures for curriculum development which ensure the utilization of available resources and effective participation and administration and teaching staff members. Also, in the adoption of textbooks, under delegation of responsibility, also from board policy, it says the superintendent, after consultation with administrative and professional staff, shall be responsible for the selection and recommendation of textbooks for board consideration. No adoption or change of textbooks shall be made without the superintendent's recommendation, except by a 2/3 vote of the board. That's in your own policy. The superintendent didn't recommend for Vermillion any of this curriculum. In fact, he said he didn't support it. And you were like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Well, he's an educator. He would know what this program is about and sees that it does not support the correct development, educational development of our children. So, everybody here is saying, don't vote for it, vote it down, halt it. For like the last 10 years, social studies has always been something that's been looked at. And every time the board has found something to say, no, it's not good enough. Whoa, let's hold back. Let's do this, let's do that. And the last time, before you hired Jordan Adams, you said, oh, it's not American enough. It's not patriotic enough. Sitting in a class and telling, be American, be patriotic, do this, do that, is not going to make anybody more American or more patriotic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Carl Harple.
Carl Harple. Going once, going twice.
I'm not Carl, but my husband's not feeling well, so I'm speaking for him.
We're very familiar with Hillsted College.
Ma'am, can you give your name and where you live?
Oh, I'm Edna Harple, and I'm from Telford, Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
And our granddaughter comes to Pennridge here. And like I say, we're very familiar with Hillsted College and their values. I'm not familiar with this Jordan Adams, but I know Hillsted College. They're very prestige. They've gone way back. They've been an honorable college with good moral values, and they are not federally funded. So the fact that they're not federally funded tells me that they are going to say truth and not be influenced by what the government is pushing into the agenda. And that's what we're concerned about, what the government is telling, and the teachers' unions are forcing teachers, good teachers, to push into the agenda for the children. We have had grandchildren in this district, and they've been traumatized with all the federal influence that has gone on through the government pushing the school board and the teachers' unions to make the teachers compromise their true values and push this agenda. And I mean, school needs to be about reading, writing, arithmetic, preparing our youth for the future, not telling them what they should do sexually. This has no business to that. This is the schools. This is for home. This is for home. This is for the parents. This is not for the school district to accommodate what's moral and what's right. They're supposed to be teaching the academics. And this is what's, if we put Vermillion in, I think we'll get more of that. And the children will be more patriotic because they won't be inundated with stuff that should not be on the curriculum. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Harper. Mr. Lawson, after Mr. Lawson, I believe Lauren Scattergood and Violet Kirk. Mr. Lawson, your time.
Darren Lawston, Percy Borough. The first thing I want to say, if you're going to be a man and come up here and disparage our teachers, at least give us your last name, okay? Have some courage. Reading logs, Pennridge High School Library, Beloved, Toni Morrison, Out of Darkness, Ashley Perez, Sold, Patricia McCormick, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, Stephen Chaposky, Allegedly, Tiffany D. Jackson, Precious, Sapphire, Looking for Alaska, John Green. The list goes on and on. Every single copy of these titles were weeded from the Pennridge High School Library in 2023. How interesting it is that these are the same exact books being targeted in the recent tidal wave of censorship that has swept across our nation. A concerted effort by groups like Moms for Liberty to restrict access to library books, not just for their own kids, but for everybody else's kids as well. Yet the board continues to claim that these weeding logs are just business as usual. In September of 2022, you sat up there and claimed that pornography existed in our school libraries. You slandered our librarians' professional reputation. You used words smut, filth, X-rated to describe the books on their shelves. You passed a policy that mandated our librarians read books based on new content rules written by lobbyists from the PA Family Institute, a religious advocacy firm. Now we finally see the tragic result of this policy, and you're trying to act as if you're not the ones responsible. As if it's not even happening. It is so freaking bizarre. Let me ask you this. When did classic books start being called pornography? Beloved by Toni Morrison won the Pulitzer Prize for Literature in 1988. Both copies now gone. Perks of Being a Wallflower was published in 1999, a critically acclaimed modern classic. All 12 copies removed. Looking for Alaska won several prestigious accolades, including the Michael L. Prince Award 18 years ago. All 9 copies weeded. Do you remember when these same books used to be celebrated? when they were featured in the annual Banned Book Week display in our high school library? Do you remember when we were Pennridge proud to celebrate the freedom to read freely without the invisible hand of religious and political censorship? But now even Banned Book Week has been banned in our school district. What have we become? If you rubber stamp this reading law tonight, you will be complicit in a massive, fraudulent, and unconstitutional book ban. It will be your legacy in this community. Please, we do not need you to protect our high school students from Pulitzer Prize winning books. We do not co-parent with the Pennridge School Board, and we do not consent to you trampling on the First Amendment rights of our students.
Lauren Scattergood, please. And then after Lauren is Violet Kirk and Stephanie Regina.
Laura Scattergood, Bedminster Township. Thank you for giving me this time to speak. I actually emailed all of you about a month and a half ago about opting my child out of the Vermillion education that's been proposed. However, I heard nothing back, not surprisingly. So I'm here tonight to hand in my opt-out form. I've already turned in to my son's principal at North. My son loves history. He's a rising 7th grader. And I'm horrified that this is what he could be learning. So it's really disgusting that it's come to this. I've started to look at schools outside of Pennridge because I'm tired of dealing with this over and over again. Please vote against this Vermillion contract, all of it, please, for our students. Thank you.
Violet Kirk, please. Stephanie Regina, Brendan Kirk. Ms. Kirk, please go ahead.
I'm Violet Kirk from East Rock Hill Township, 5th grade, Dibler Elementary. I'm not happy about the changes you're making to the curriculum. One of my problems is the changes on the Native Americans unit. When I was in 3rd grade, I found the Native American unit very enjoyable and interesting. I think students going into 3rd grade this year should be able to enjoy learning about their life as well. Besides being enjoyable, I also believe it is important education. Most people learn what Native American is at a young age. If we know what they are, it's important to learn what their life was like. And they are Americans too. The meaning of American is someone who lives in America. So this is really just early American history. They lived entirely off nature, while today we have advanced technology, so we should all know that America was at this point once. If you want us to learn about America, then learning about Native Americans is perfect. I don't see why this wonderful unit is being mostly replaced by something that will have been learned in 4th and 5th grade anyway. If you leave the curriculum alone, the important parts of colonial times will still be covered, and we'll still have the big Native Americans unit. I don't think we should have this new curriculum.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Stephanie Regina, please. And then Brendan Kirk and Mary Lavalle.
God, she's literally why I'm here. Okay, so much to say, and I have to try and stay focused. All right, although I do want to say, it's interesting, people put importance on being patriotic, and at the same time scorn our government. I'm not quite sure how that works. All right, last week we had a lot of teachers who had a lot to say and didn't get to be part of the presentation at what was a committee meeting, a great time for teachers to present at a time when they're about to deal with big changes. And they were slotted into 3-minute comments with the rest of the public. And it seemed we really weren't listened to, and it was hard to absorb because, usually a presentation is what helps you follow along, and they were rushed. So I went back and I tried to listen and understand what they were saying. And we did get some of it, but I started putting some things together. And so I'm listening to Lisa Russell saying that the new curriculum removes a large percentage of the 19th century history, including, Native American experiences and perspectives during the westward expansion period. Also, Kelly Angelo said that there's a lot of overlap with current 8th grade and 10th grade approved courses, and also the 4th and 5th grade courses. So there's all of this overlap, yet there's a big gaping hole. That sounds to me like a rough draft. Okay, then we had a first grade teacher, I hope I say right, Jankovic from West Rock Hill, and she obviously loves her job, and then said that she was surprised when figures for first graders like George Washington are being replaced by John Smith of Jamestown. Why are we back to the Jamestown experiment? Like, what's with that? That's not an appropriate, first grade? Okay, and different holidays like no more Veterans Day and Flag Day and Constitution Day. She said just the first Thanksgiving, which, makes everything look like it was really, really great. That's it? That's what we're limited to now with American, Native American education? Then we had a 5th grade teacher say, I personally feel very unprepared to teach these topics because they're so new to me and I feel panic setting in. That's what she literally said, because she's not prepared. So then I thought about that. So we've got overlap in 4th grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade. The 9th grade, which used to be very much focused on 19th century history, now that's a big hole. So that means that content is getting shifted to 5th grade? Like that's where they're gonna do, this 5th grade teacher's freaking out because she's not prepared to teach the Civil War? You're asking her to teach a 9th grade curriculum because it currently doesn't exist in the new curriculum. That's what you're about to pass tonight. That's a big problem. Vote against it.
Thank you. Brendan Kirk, Megan LaValle, Stephen Schwendy. I believe that Mr. Kirk will now be known as the person who accompanied Violet rather than by his name, but Mr. Kirk, your time.
Brendan Kirk, East Rock Hill Township. Just because a curriculum is written by people who share your political views doesn't mean it's well written or factually correct. Were we not able to find a factually correct curriculum that was palatable to your political views? And there are more than 13,000 public school districts in the United States. Could we not find one single person out of more than 13,000 public school districts who has written a curriculum previously? We had to bring in a for-profit third-party vendor with no experience, no qualifications, no track record of success, couldn't even peddle this curriculum in Florida of all places, on a contract that is so bad the former superintendent, who was a complete shill for every discriminatory policy pushed by this board over the past several years, was forced into early retirement for trying to explain why it was against standard contract process. The vendor, who referred to themselves in figurative terms as a predator in context to his access to our children's education in widely circulated audio on the internet. A vendor who has misrepresented the work that they are performing in this district on their own website, saying that they would act as an auditor, and yet we find out, and this was mentioned by a member of this board or in the curriculum committee meeting, that they were not supposed to be, publicly stated that they were not writing curriculum or have the authority to make curriculum decisions, and yet we find out they're dictating what to include or omit in this curriculum. And ultimately, none of this is that vendor's fault. It is your fault. You are the ones who brought in the vendor. You're the ones that are pushing a curriculum that needs to be taught starting tomorrow, right, Introductions are over, learning starts. There's no prep time, no instructional materials. Students did not receive the prerequisite instruction for their grade level according to the new curriculum because there's no transition plan to phase this in. This board is setting up Pennridge for failure. I'm not sure whether it's due to incompetence or the disdain you repeatedly show for our students, parents, and teachers. And ultimately, that is the legacy of this decision, especially for the few of you that are leaving this board for sure this year, and that you will take into our community. I'd also like to take a quick moment to welcome Mr. Berrios. Thank you for your service, and best of luck in putting up our board. Thank you.
Mary LaValle, please. After Ms. LaValle, Stephen Schwendy, and then Bethany Schwendy. Ms. LaValle, it's your time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Mary LaValle. I live in Hilltown Township. I'm here as a member of a faith community that was established in Philadelphia in excess of 200 years ago and is still going strong. That community is dedicated to the eradication of anti-racism, of racism and prejudice and religious supremacy. It is dedicated to the building of beloved community. That is not something that is happening here. That is not something that happens with the Hillsdale curriculum, which promotes disinformation, racism, religious supremacy. Thank you.
Stephen Schwendy.
Stephen Schwendy, Percy Borough, the parent of 3 Pennridge students. I address the board tonight as a parent of these students and as a taxpayer, to implore you to table the discussion of this new curriculum for the current school year. The fact that it is the first day of school and this issue remains outstanding should be the clearest indicator that implementation at this time is not appropriate. Beyond the fundamental issues with this curriculum, its source and its construction, which have been discussed at length, it is unfair to faculty, teachers, and students to pivot to using this on a needlessly rushed basis. As a parent, if this curriculum is implemented, I will be opting my children out of it and any forms of it this year and in all future years, and seeking appropriate alternative instruction for the duration of their time in the Pennridge school system. Also, as a taxpayer, I would request reporting from the chair of the board on budget dollars allocated to fund defense against litigation that was brought against the district stemming from this situation. Beyond that, details on the availability of district budget dollars to fund board members' individual legal expenses would be greatly appreciated as we consider the past, present, and future costs of this endeavor. Thank you.
After Ms. Schwendy, Jamie DePasco, and Kim Badillion.
Hello, Bethany Schwendy, Percy Borough. I am a parent to 3 Pennridge students as well as a local educator. I wish to address the board regarding the approval of the proposed social studies curriculum, both the use of the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum as well as the unnecessarily rushed nature of its approval. It appears as though the passionate pleas of majority parents, teachers, and other community stakeholders last week have fallen on deaf ears, as the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum remains listed as a required resource, despite the fact that even the board was unable to define what that even means, even fearing that if it was not required, it would not be used as a resource. That in itself is a huge red flag that this is not the right choice for our district, for our public school. The shoehorning of this specific curriculum into the existing framework, one which was painstakingly developed over the years and with the expertise of educators who have a wealth of knowledge, both of their content and our community, to do otherwise is a poor use of resources and is incredibly insulting. I am deeply concerned that the continued use of this curriculum will not only leave so many students behind due to the developmental inappropriateness of the text, lack of differentiation, lack of engaging activities, but also the background knowledge that may be missing from students' education as they approach higher level learning.
such as the AP US History exams. I think we were all really excited to see our amazing AP scores this year. Great job, teachers. Great job, students. General themes for the AP US History course include American diversity, American identity, culture, demographic changes, economic transformations, environment, globalization, politics and citizenship, reform, religion, slavery, and its legacies in North America, and war and diplomacy. And we have heard time and time again that many of these important themes are being presented in the proposed curriculum in an overly broad, if not grossly skewed manner. Once again, our students deserve an education that challenges them to think critically and emboldens them to engage in the world with curiosity. They do not need to be told how to be good citizens or good Americans. Rather, they should be given the opportunity to create genuine connections from our history to their futures. Using the Hillsdale curricular script robs them of this as a possibility. For these reasons, should the curriculum be approved, I will be opting my children out of any instruction that uses it and seeking appropriate alternatives from the school district for the remainder of their time at Pennridge schools. As an engaged citizen, educated, and parent, I am asking you to table the use of this curriculum, give teachers the respect and trust they deserve, that they have earned, to create comprehensive and engaging lessons that support our state standards and enrich the lives and education of our children.
Jamie DePasqua, Tim Bedillion.
I'm Jamie DePasqua, Sellersville. Good evening. I hate that I have to be here tonight to speak out against something that has no place in our school district. I should be home with my son after his first day at school like everyone else, but the majority of you up there don't seem to care about that. You don't appear to care about my son or any of these people's children or about any of the children in the Pennridge School District. If you did, you wouldn't be playing political games with their education, with their curriculum, with their educators, with their administrators. If you actually cared about their education, you wouldn't be trying to change the curriculum as the school year is already starting. This is purely political, a bragging right to say, look at us, we did it. We got the far-right Christian agenda into our public school. If you actually even cared about the students learning this contents of your proposed curriculum, which I personally am strongly against, but if you actually cared about it, you would have wanted to give the teachers time to learn and prepare the materials to teach it properly. You would have cared enough about the students not to create complete chaos among staff and administrators in the schools that will no doubt disrupt their learning. You don't care what happens to the students. You just care that you're moving forward with your political agenda. If you actually cared about education, you wouldn't be here tonight trying to force this, quote, curriculum into our schools. And yes, I put the word curriculum in quotes, not just because its contents are certainly questionable, but because it was authored by Mr. Jordan Adams, who is not legally qualified to write curriculum in the state of Pennsylvania, which means it is not legally approved curriculum in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, you have been reminded of that fact by the public and by various school board directors, most recently Mr. Russell, and yet you just look the other way, which means that each one of you that votes for this is knowingly and willfully, legal terms, putting curriculum that is not approved by the state into our school district. Those terms are important, knowingly and willfully, because if there are lawsuits by parents concerning the curriculum or by teachers' unions for forcing the teachers to teach a curriculum that was not approved by the state, or by anyone else that was forced to participate in the process for fear of losing their job, it means that each one of you that voted for this curriculum might be held personally accountable, and not just the school district. And you might want to inform Mr. Adams that since his contract does not include writing curriculum, the legal protections in his contract might not extend to any lawsuits concerning curriculum he wrote for a district. So he might also be held accountable. And I want to say for the record that I believe Mr. Adams should reimburse the Pennridge taxpayers the money that was paid to him for any time that he was spent writing curriculum, because this was not in his contract. And if any school board directors wanted to personally hire Mr. Adams to write that curriculum, then they should pay that out of their own pocket.
Kim Bedillion, Percy Borough. My comments have to do with the proposed social studies units. In Ronald Reagan's farewell address, he spoke about the importance of patriotism, and he included a warning. Quote, "Finally, there's a great tradition of warnings in presidential farewells, and I've got one that's been on my mind for some time. But oddly enough, it starts with one thing I'm proudest of in the past 8 years, the resurgence of national pride that I call the new patriotism. This national feeling is good, but it won't count for much, and it won't last unless it's grounded in thoughtfulness and knowledge. An informed patriotism is what we want, and are we doing a good enough job teaching our children what America is, and what she represents in the long history of the world? Those of us who are over 35 years of age grew up in a different America. We were taught very directly what it means to be an American, and we absorbed, almost in the air, a love of country and an appreciation of its institutions. If you didn't get these things from family, you got them from the neighborhood, from the father down the street who fought in Korea, or the family who lost someone at Angelo, or you could get a sense of patriotism from school. And if all else failed, you could get a sense of patriotism from the popular culture. But now some things have changed. Younger parents aren't sure that an ambivalent appreciation of America is the right thing to teach our modern children. And as for those who create the popular culture, well, grounded patriotism is no longer in style. Our spirit is back, but we haven't reinstitutionalized it. We've got to do a better job of getting across that America is freedom. Last week, a portion of the PA school code was read in which it sets forth a mandate to teach American exceptionalism in history class. I asked the school board to pass a history curriculum that is grounded in thoughtfulness and knowledge, a curriculum that emphasizes the good, worthwhile, and best features of the United States, and the privileges enjoyed by its citizens as mandated by the school code. A curriculum that details America's unique, exceptional, and superior founding documents and ideals, that teaches a factual history, including where we have fallen short, where we have sought to promote a more perfect union, and the great strides we have made in that regard. I also asked the school board to collaborate on this endeavor with our curriculum supervisors and teachers. You collaborated with them previously to create balance that was lacking in the curriculum when we were unraveling the DEI initiative. The collaboration was successful then, and it can be successful again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of page 3. We have 5 more speakers. Again, I thank the audience for being in order and being respectful of everyone's point of view. Next speaker is April Foltz. After that is Melissa Tomlinson. Ms. Foltz. Then Ms. Tomlinson, then Christina Hicks. There we go.
All right, April Foltz, West Rock Hill. There's a serious misconception that those of us who are opposed to the Hillsdale curriculum don't believe the U.S. is exceptional, or that we don't want our students to be taught about the things that make it exceptional. And that just isn't true. As I cited in examples last week, my concern with the Hillsdale curriculum is that it's willing to distort, omit, or even falsify historical facts in order to convince our students that the U.S. is exceptional. Last week, this is good timing, someone quoted a Pennsylvania education policy written in 1949 stating that the study of history shall emphasize the good, worthwhile, and best features of the U.S., the high standard of living as a U.S. citizen, and the privileges enjoyed by citizens. While a lot's changed since 1949, we can't ignore that the good old days weren't good for everyone, and that this high standard of living and privilege were nowhere close to equitable at the time that was written. Now, you won't find this in the Hillsdale curriculum, but from the time that policy was written, it would be another 6 years until the Supreme Court ruled on desegregation of schools in Brown v. Board of Education, and another 10 years until states would consistently comply with that ruling. It would be 11 years later when 6-year-old Ruby Bridges was escorted to school by federal officers to protect her from an angry mob of adults shouting threats and waving a coffin with a small black doll inside. And 14 years later, when the National Guard was called, because the governor of Alabama stood in the doorway of a university to block the entrance of 2 black students. America is exceptional in many ways, but it hasn't always been exceptional. There are ways in which we are still not exceptional, and to pretend otherwise is disingenuous. But to ignore or rewrite history as the Hillsdale curriculum has done isn't just disingenuous, it's dangerous, because we risk repeating the darkest moments in that history. I know many of you up on the stage and in the audience identify as Christians, and so do I. Every year, Christians all over the world celebrate Good Friday in addition to Easter. But why do we do that? Because it's not possible to appreciate the promise of the resurrection without understanding the violence and anguish of the crucifixion. Our approach to education should be no different. We should absolutely teach our students about the best features of the U.S., but that does not preclude us from teaching them about the challenges, struggles, and even atrocities along the way. It won't make them love their country any less, but it might make them appreciate how far we've come, how far we have to go, and encourage them to make America a better place for everyone. That's what I want for my kids, and it's what I want for everyone's kids who walk through these doors. The question is, why wouldn't you want that for our kids? There are so many open issues and questions with the proposed curriculum. It's clear that the teachers, and most importantly the students, would benefit from delaying or stopping the curriculum altogether. Are you really so worried if you don't implement Hillsdale this year that it won't get implemented when a new board takes over next year? Can you put aside your own agenda and do what is best for the students? I respectfully request that every board member explain their vote tonight and take a position on why you do or do not support the proposed curriculum.
Melissa Tomlinson, please. And then Christina Hicks and Tina Daly. Ms. Tomlinson, your time.
I'm speaking today not in support or denial of the curriculum itself, but just trying to clarify something that was mentioned at the curriculum meeting last week. It was mentioned how in a neighboring district there are curriculums given to the staff days before the day of the start of the school year. And I started thinking about that and wondering if it's an actual curriculum that was referenced or a program. Because being handed a curriculum at the beginning of the year is a very much completely different scenario than handed a program at the beginning of the school year, or at any time for that matter. I went in, I did write an email here with it, so I'm using that as my guide, but according to Rhode Island's Department of Education, a curriculum is a standards-based sequence of planned experiences where students practice and achieve proficiency in content and applied learning skills. The key words here are standards-based sequence. A curriculum is the big picture of what the students should learn. Oftentimes programs, such as everyday math, being a writer, and making meaning, are confused as curriculum. These programs are in fact resources to support a curriculum, but they are not a curriculum. When we are given programs days before the start of a school year or a few days after the school year starts, it's not that big of a deal. These programs spell out everything, provide lessons, and guide the teacher's instruction. A curriculum document does not provide the same guidance, or at least one that's not fully developed yet. An example of the Pennridge teachers receiving a program at the beginning of the school year was first grade recently receiving the Foundations program. The teachers absorbed the new task with determination and drive. It was implemented across the district without outcry to the administration and board. The teachers can open the manual and follow the lesson. We are also certain the correct content is taught to our students. I'm excited as a fourth grade teacher to bring meaty historical content, unbiased content to the classroom. I'm eager to expand the students' American history knowledge, but our concerns stem from the fact that we are not receiving a program to teach this information. We have a very bare bones curriculum, a curriculum that has a list of standards, big ideas, essential questions, and bulleted content. A document that we need to now take and educate ourselves, research materials, build a pacing guide, and create engaging lessons for the students. I'm new to fourth grade, and last year I had all new curriculum to learn. It was the programs that we have at Pennridge that guided me through the school year. Now for my second year, I have a view of the big picture, the curriculum. I have ideas on what to supplement with additional resources. I still have my guides, but I can strengthen things as well to best teach the curriculum and, more importantly, the students in front of me.
Thank you, Mrs. Tomlinson. Christina Hicks, and then Tina Daly. And then the last speaker will be Phoebe Wilcox. Ms. Hicks.
Christina Hicks, Hilltown Township. The curriculum that you're trying to approve tonight has been admittedly written, at least in part, a large part, by Jordan Adams, who does not have the credentials to write curriculum in PA. That's been stated over and over. I have grave doubts that it will fully meet the PA state standards for education. My children, as of now, have the right to a free public education, which should give them the ability to compete for a place in college in the future. My children did not always have a right to education. A mere 69 years ago, 1954, my children would not have been allowed to attend this school. It would be another 6 years before Ruby Bridges was able to attend schools to the jeers of white men and women while surrounded by federal marshals escorted as a 6-year-old child. What most people don't know is she spent that first year alone with teacher as families refused to let their students attend school with her. There was only one teacher brave enough to educate her initially. Ruby Bridges is now only 68, going on 69 years old, and only a little over a year older than my father. This is not ancient history. This is not long ago history. I'm not a mother who rides around with stickers announcing my kids' accomplishments. No offense to any moms who do. It's just not my style. But my son was on the Distinguished Honor Roll in 6th grade at Central last year. He's a gifted student with dreams of being a sound engineer and music producer. He wants to go to Drexel someday. He has the ability in him if he is given the education that will make him competitive and the skills to be a critical thinker and innovator. This curriculum decision has given the teachers zero time to properly prepare, and because the term required has been left in, this states that they will be forced to implement this regardless of whether or not is it harmful, or they have the ability to do it well. You've basically said, whatever, whether they're ready or not, they're going to do it anyway. How can you treat your seasoned, caring educators like this? How can you be okay with eroding education, critical thinking? To examine one's own thoughts and biases leads to growth. It's something that people are asked to do in the real world, daily. I've had very good conversations with coworkers that have been around innovative thought and practices to be able to address systemic issues in human services that will bring about real change in our communities, helping our neighbors, because that's what matters. I want my children to have a chance to reach the goals and the ambitions that they have for themselves. And I have an autistic son who could use an autistic support class in the future in the high school and have those supports that they need that an autistic teacher had to reach out online to get. Let's spend our money correctly.
Thank you. Tina Daly, please. And then Phoebe Wilcox.
Tina Daly, Hilltown Township. I hate public speaking. I should I should be home with my 3 kids, asking them about their day. But again, I'm here at a meeting. I don't want to be here, but most of you up there have this, if this is not a game, but you're playing a game. And in the last couple of years, you distract the public from what's actually important. So we had a 5th grader come up here, and she's probably smarter and has more insight into Native Americans than the 5 of you do. And she summed up my year as a volunteer on a Navajo reservation for 1 year, my choosing, better than I could have ever done. And she's in 5th grade. So to say that you needed to change the social studies curriculum, why? She's right. That year is super important to our 3rd graders. So like I said, education's not a game. Again and again, you've distracted the public from the 2 most important things of public education. And I'm so glad that the new superintendent is sitting right there. Because so many parents have come up here tonight and expressed their concerns. I'm only praying, I'm allowed to pray, because it's not in school, that he is not influenced or has political gain in the position that he's about to take. So the 5 of you are playing this game, and our students and our teachers, I'm here to remind you that at the root of public education, the most 2 important things are your teachers and your students. Your teachers don't have a contract. You're shoving a new curriculum down their throat on the first day of school. Actually, you shoved it down their throat during in-services, and it wasn't even approved yet.
Yes.
You are pushing a curriculum through where your teachers have told you that they are not ready. I watched the meeting, the curriculum meeting, with a glass of wine because I had to. Because the way that you embarrassed and mocked Miss Vitale was awful. She doesn't deserve the mocking that the 5 of you did. And then you play these games. Oh, she didn't have those concerns before. We don't want to play these games anymore. I'm so glad November's coming. I have news for you though, and I have to get to it real quick. This community will rise above. We will take care of our teachers, make sure their Amazon wish lists are fulfilled. We will teach our students' children the hard lessons of history, even if America makes mistakes. And even if
Stevie Wilcox, please. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. It's your time.
Good evening. I'm from Bedminster Township. And the first thing I wanted to say was I've been out of touch with a lot of political stuff. I took a little while off, but when I found out that the school was not just banning books, but kind of going through and sneakily, weeding out things, pulling them off the shelves so they weren't checked out, and then saying, well, we're weeding them out because they're so unpopular they haven't been checked out. And I saw a couple of the books that were listed on there, and I am a lifelong lover of words and bookworm and writer, and when I heard about the weeding out of the books, I probably cried for about 10 minutes. Because for kids, books are can save lives, literally. And just like a good diversity, equity, inclusion program can save lives. Because we want people that may feel marginalized now. We want them to feel included and appreciated and loved, so that society will become more calm and less violent. There was another mass shooting in Jacksonville in a Dollar General. It was racially motivated, and these things tend to spiral. So marginalized people they don't always handle it well. The other thing about Hillsdale, this tiny little Christian college out there happens to have statues of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan on its campus. Ronald Reagan, I consider him to be the father of American homelessness, the founding father of homelessness, because he cut HUD funding by 70%, and that's when homelessness just started to increase radically in this country, and there's been no reining it in since. So investigate your heroes with an open mind is all I'm saying. A democratic, we're in a democracy, we love America. My father, who is kind of a radical, but he wrote the breakout book on Agent Orange, and the first one in this country, because he loves Vietnam veterans, and he noticed his friends were dying of cancer. So he did a lot of research, and he put that book out there. And, if that book were on a shelf in Pennridge. I saw it at my college.
Thank you, Ms.
Would you ban
Wilcox.
it? Would you need it?
Your time is up. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Wilcox. Mr. President, that ends the list of people signed up for public comment.
Point of order. I mistakenly signed up for the second period. May I request permission to speak in the first?
Actually, there's nobody signed up for the second period at all.
That's the only reason I request. I inadvertently signed the wrong one because they were right next to each other.
I see.
I can wait if that's not acceptable.
I would beg the indulgence of the audience. We've had 41 speakers and 2 hours of public comment. I think it's important to get to the voting section, and then we'll take the comments at the second half of the comment. Okay. Mr. President, President's report.
All right, moving on to the President's report. Message to all our students, both new and returning. May each one of you have a great year, a year filled with making new friends, learning new skills, setting new goals, and reaching for the stars. There are many new exciting teachers who are happy to be here and share with you their subject knowledge in the classroom. The school buses will be filled with shared stories of the summer, funny stories about shared times at the park with friends and family trips. All the many things that brighten up your day. Please be sure to keep your head up, don't stray too far off course, and always have a positive attitude. It will truly take you a long way in life. Pennridge has so many successes already, and we have just begun. We have new principals in 2 elementary schools, Bedminster and Dibler, a class principal for the class of 2026, a new house principal, and we'll be voting to appoint a new superintendent for our school district this evening. We also have a tentative agreement of terms with our Teachers Association contingent upon ratification of their membership and board vote in the upcoming weeks. There are so many things to look forward to this year. All the new opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and enrich their lives. I'm looking forward to sharing in all those successes. Wishing everyone many successes, good health, and much happiness in this school year. That is my report. Moving on to the superintendent's report. I believe Dr. Rebarczyk.
Good evening. I just want to provide an update this evening, and also as a request of the board leadership, just to share some background on the process the administrative team has followed in working with the Vermillion education specific to the social studies curriculum on tonight's agenda. It may be helpful to some of the context of how the progression of the work occurred in advance of tonight's meeting. I just want to share that an outstanding team of teachers, elementary teachers, who worked in collaboration with our social studies supervisor in the spring, worked to unpack and group the standards as well as develop storyboards that were essential to developing the units that are part of the elementary social studies curriculum being presented. It's important that all the curriculum is tied directly back to the state standards. In this case, with tonight's curriculum agenda, this process was finalized with our social studies supervisor and Vermillion Education working together over the summer. Pending the approval of the curriculum this evening, in addition to the time spent last week, along with our upcoming professional learning time and our designated professional development days that we will continue with our professional staff and administration throughout the school year to continue with the development of all the units. The second item I just want to bring to your attention on behalf of the administration and to thank the anonymous source who is making a donation of $10,000 that will be used towards the lunch debt for the Pennridge School District. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rebarczyk. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through I. Could I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All those comments, questions? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. I'm going to make a motion to extend an offer of a 3-year contract to Angelo G. Berrios to serve as our superintendent of Pennridge School District. Start date will be determined by the administration in consultation with Mr. Berrios' present school district. Thank you. Comments or questions?
Just want to welcome Mr. Berrios. Thank you for being here tonight. And, I liked the way that you presented I feel like you have the ability to be a calming presence, and I hope that you will be at Pennridge. And I'm glad that we have something in common, being both Penn Staters and both secondary ed social studies degree holders. So anyway, just wanted to say welcome.
Any other comments? Mr. Berrios, would you like to come up and make a comment? I'm sure everybody liked it.
Mr. President, while Mr. Berrios makes his way to the podium, just a note, Mr. Berrios' contract has been posted online. There is one material change that occurred this afternoon. He is eligible for a $5,000 bonus if he reaches distinguished or above based on the evaluation of the board. Otherwise, the contract stays as normal. I do want to make a personal note to thank Mr. Berrios and Mr. Berrios' counsel for I think an engaged and significantly helpful back and forth, which resulted in a contract and contract terms. So, Mr. Berrios, if you would tell your counsel that it's much appreciated.
Good evening. Good evening, Pennridge Board of School Directors, Pennridge community, staff, students, administrators. It's an absolute honor to stand before you this evening. We will have a public forum next week where we can do a deeper dive into my personal background, my educational philosophy, and vision. I'm beyond humbled and honored to have the opportunity again to serve this outstanding community in which I'm a resident. I am here to serve you, work for you, and work with you. You have my word that I will do my best to elevate this outstanding school district. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berrios. I have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Welcome, Mr. Berrios. All right, moving on to committee reports. Curriculum with Ms. Blomgren.
Okay, curriculum committee meeting met on August 28th, and approval of curriculum improvement proposals. First up is a motion to approve the units 1 and 2 of 7th and 8th grade reading courses.
Second that.
Okay,
There's a motion and a second.
comments, questions?
Question, based on what I've heard tonight, was Jordan Adams involved with any of these units in helping and come up with part of the curriculum in these? Does anyone want to answer? Was he involved in this? Just want to make sure.
Did you?
Was he involved with this curriculum?
Presentation by Ms. Rayberg.
I was
Right.
Yeah. Just can you answer the question? Was he
Well,
involved?
it was answered at the committee meeting as well. So yes, they collaborated.
Please be in order. Please be in order.
I honestly, from what I've heard tonight, and I'll say a little bit about this more, I cannot vote for anything where he's touched it, because the lies we've been told about what he did and what we wrote, and then we get different stories every night up here. And I would not want to put my child through this. And I can't vote for, I think I respect all the work that the teachers did, but with his hand in it, there's no way I could vote for any of this, so.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any other comments?
Yeah, I want to comment on a few things. Were said during public comment, and then just about this vote in general. I want to just address a couple questions people had that I think were sincere questions. Somebody asked why social studies had to be redone. We didn't have the elementary social studies curriculum, so that's why this is being addressed, because we haven't had one. 9th grade, we have agreed for quite a while we were going to adjust it and add civics and economics to it. So those are the only changes with social studies. Realo was just up for a revision anyway.
Again,
They were
this
doing
is,
their own.
this is,
This is
it's
where
not
I
a back and
talk
forth,
and
it's
you
just.
listen. We just
Ms.
listen
Ms.
for 2.5
Shaken,
hours.
Ms. Shaken, please. Please be in order. Thank you.
A couple of concerns specifically about Jordan Adams. Jordan Adams agreed that he could not be a supervisor. The reason he can't be a supervisor is because they evaluate teachers. He can write curriculum. I know that's been going around for months, but he can write curriculum. He can't supervise. His affiliation, you know, people keep bringing up his affiliation with Hillsdale and a Christian. And I think I've said this before, but I don't think that we would suggest that somebody who is Jewish couldn't separate their religion from their occupation. There's absolutely no evidence of Christianity being put in this curriculum, and nor would anybody up here expect religion to be put in a public curriculum. The comments about outsiders, our last 3 curriculum consultants were also from out of state. Nobody was offended by that. They were DEI consultants, and nobody was offended that allegedly our teachers needed help from them to be inclusive and kind to our students and not racist. We brought 3 out-of-state people in, and there was no outrage then. Regarding
Ma'am,
the
please be in order. Thank you.
developmentally inappropriate, as it's pointed out often, my kids go to private school, and I see every year a local private school, the kids coming in from public schools struggle so much. It is so much more rigorous. A 6-year-old, it is not about their IQ. It's we need a more rigorous curriculum. Our kids are very capable of this. Regarding Hillsdale itself, Ms. Vitale said months ago when we initially, before Vermillion, and we said we wanted Hillsdale overlaid. She stood up, she reviewed the Hillsdale curriculum, she supported it, and in fact said it was 99% primary resource based, and she found it to be unbiased. So that's Ms. Vitale's opinion on Hillsdale.
Again,
Finally,
please be in order.
regarding the votes tonight, this might not be popular, but I'm going to throw it out there. Ms. Raber feels strong about what we have for 7th and 8th grade. I see no issue with it. Dr. Scheid not only supports 9th grade, but said it's necessary. We would right now need a 9th grade curriculum. We don't have an elementary curriculum right now for social studies. I spoke with several teachers over the weekend, elementary school teachers, about the social studies curriculum. Everybody that I've talked to has no issue whatsoever with the content of it. None. In fact, are excited to work with it.
Objection, please be in order. Thank you.
Everybody good now? The teachers I spoke to have no objection with the content. They're concerned, the elementary teachers, about the time. I would like to throw out that, and I will say, and Dr. Rybachek can, weigh in. The teachers I talked to said that they would gladly work hard to get familiar with this curriculum, overlay it where they can this year, and implement it effective for the next school year, which gives more than ample time to get all the lessons. And the teachers I spoke to are great teachers who I understand that we do have the program in there, we have the resources. They want these really, really great lessons. And so I'm throwing out the idea of implementing it for the next school year. Pass it tonight.
I think you're
give them
talking about
time.
the next motion. 'Cause this is
I'm
RELA.
talking about all of them. I was kind of just going through all 3 of them.
This one's the RELA one for us.
With RELA, yeah, I'm good with RELA.
Ms. Shaken, are you suggesting that Ms. Blomgren amend the motion to pass it tonight for implementation in the...
Not
next-
RELA. I'm
no.
talking about social studies 1 through 5.
Okay, that's the next motion. So we're just dealing with RELA now.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, when we were going through the committee, curriculum committee on this, the changes that were implemented in the curriculum were based upon teacher's choice, is that right? So the change that was made for, at least for RELA, was teacher's choice.
When you say change, what do you mean change as what they collaborated on?
What
There
was-
was one unit that now it's open to teacher choice.
But there's
And one
nothing that requires, in this curriculum, there's nothing that requires the teachers to have to utilize Hillsdale curriculum in the RELA.
For the RELA? No. There's no Hillsdale in the RELA curriculum.
But did he or did he not write it? I mean, the question was just asked whether he created anything. And to be honest, I mean, we got this letter that he sent, Mr. Adams sent apparently on August 26th. It was sent to Mrs. Blomgren. We didn't know of its existence until a community member emailed us to alert us to the fact that it was attached to the agenda. And now in many ways, I'm more confused than ever about what he has done and what he hasn't done. It's 5 pages. I didn't know it existed again until probably like 5 o'clock. It's 8-point font, and my basic reading of it, it starts out with him saying that he's confused as to why. I was also under the impression that district staff would be attributing certain parts of the proposed curricula to the district or to Vermillion, or that there would be, I was not under the impression that district staff would be attributing certain parts of the proposed curricula to the district or to Vermillion, or that there would be the airing of any differences of opinion that had already been discussed and, in my understanding, resolved during the work. So last week we heard that there weren't any objections ever raised to what he presented. Now he's saying there were objections to his proposals, but that he thought that they were resolved. Those are two different statements, and there's just a lot in here where he doesn't even seem to understand what was finally settled upon. He even speaks about the 9th grade unit that doesn't, the 9th grade unit of American history. I know that's not this motion, but since we're talking about it all at once, that he said, he claims that it was not his idea to eliminate the 19th century of American history from our American history course. He says that was something that was suggested by, I guess, the board, because he doesn't say the district. And so then he goes on to say, well, I understand we'll have to insert the 19th century into some other existing course. And so now I'm wondering, where are you going to insert that? Because we're back to where we were a year ago when it was suggested that we could eliminate world history as a required course and leave it only as an elective. And of course, PDE said, you really can't do that because there are required world history standards that you must teach between 9th grade and 12th grade. So there was a comment or a question during public comment about someone was wondering if we were going to take what we would have taught in 9th grade about 19th century and put it into 5th grade. You can't do that because when you look at the standards, there are standards for elementary education for social studies, and there are some things that repeat, obviously, but then there's standards that you have to meet between grades 9 through 12. So that means that you still have to address these things between the grades of 9th through 12th. So I think that the conversation really got sidetracked into a contest over who could be more of a patriot, and that's not what this is about at all. For me, this is about the facts and the shortcomings of the curriculum and what was promised and what was delivered, what we were told was going to happen and what actually ended up happening. We heard from teachers, and Mrs. Tomlinson asked for me to finish her statement because her 3 minutes ran out, and as a teacher I think she should, have her whole comment heard. She said, I am not a history teacher. As an elementary teacher, we need to know it all and be well versed in it. I need to know how to teach my students math in a way I was not taught, build reading and writing skills, instill a love of exploration with science concepts, support students' behaviors and needs, and teach the social studies concepts. A vote to implement this curriculum this year is a vote to have a partially completed curriculum shared with our students. Do you want your curriculum pushed in, or do you want the curriculum to be the best that it can be for the students? I hope each one of you will independently reflect on these thoughts. A vote to approve the social studies curriculum, but pushing it off to the following year is still a win for the board. But it also gives everyone the chance to build this bone bear curriculum that currently has no pacing guide, no outline of lessons, no activities. It provides the opportunity to have continuity as the curriculum is rolled out. It provides what is best for our students. So that was from Mrs. Tomlinson. Excuse me. We also heard from a
Mrs.
special ed.
Collins? I'm just sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to remind you that we're talking only about units 1 and 2
Right,
of the
yeah.
7th and 8th grade reading courses, which is the motion and second on the floor.
Right, but Mrs. Chaikin just presented an option to push
Right,
this
and then
off.
I
So
corrected her to say that we'll address that in the next motion. This is just relit.
All right, well, I don't think that we should actually just push it off. When these emails came in, when the feedback was given, we didn't have this letter from Mr. Adams. And as I said, it raises more questions than answers. We have, parents who have expressed that they don't want their children to be exposed to any of this curriculum. And if that's the case, this isn't just something where you can say, well, I don't want my child to read The Kite Runner. You have a situation where this is interwoven, his influence, his suggestions are interwoven throughout the curriculum. So you can't just extract it. And in that case, you have to actually create an equal but different curriculum. And that's nowhere near going to be ready to be rolled out this year in any fashion, whether you do a piecemeal. Someone mentioned the free and appropriate public education that children are entitled to. You have to provide them with the same content, and you won't be able to do that on the fly. So I don't think that we should approve it in any case. There's so much confusion, and I think you just need to go back to the beginning.
Thank you, Mrs. Cullen. Again, Mr. President, what's on the agenda for vote tonight is, that, again, in this particular section is 7th and 8th grade reading courses, units 1 and 2, and then I think the board should take up grades 1 through 5 and 9 in the next one.
Agreed. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Can we do a roll call?
There is no point of order. Roll call vote, Ms. Chenoweth.
Mrs. Spanish Clemens?
Yes.
Ms. Paczynski?
No.
Mrs. Wongering?
Yes.
Mrs. Chaikin?
Yes.
Mr. Cormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Cullen?
No.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Wurs?
No.
Motion passes. All right, moving on. Ms. Blum.
Okay. All right, so the next item is for a motion to approve grades 1 through 5 and 9 social studies units.
I think Mrs. Chaikin is asking to have grades 1 through 5 and
Let's get
9
second.
voted on separately.
Right.
So can you make the motion for 1 through 5 first?
Well, the motion is for 1 through 5 and 9. So are you asking to amend the motion? Is that what
Yes,
you're
could you
asking?
please amend the motion to make it 1 through 5 separately?
Are you willing to do that, Ms. Longren?
Yes.
All right, so the motion is to approve grades 1 through 5. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So now you can discuss.
So I'd like to I make- wanted, I'd like to make a comment. In addition to the points that were made by many audience members tonight, I've shared my feedback, both publicly and privately, to board members about the importance of the process and doing this a better way. Mr. Russell and I are members of the curriculum committee, but as recently as the July meeting with Jordan Adams, we were not invited to participate. And the most recent example as a board member that I can point to of using a good collaborative evaluation model was the block scheduling proposal. We had administrators running discovery for the project, teachers from various backgrounds and experiences were part of the team, as were students and board members. We even had administrators, teachers, and students from surrounding districts participate to share their learnings and best practices.
Several work sessions were held and visits to other districts to see the program in real time. And finally, we met in breakout groups. We listed the pros and cons. We scored our decisions, and we came to a consensus decision. Now, I recognize the topic is different, but there's been no controversy over block scheduling. Will the rollout be perfect? Probably not, but there's a sense that we're in this together as a community, and that's what I'd like to see happen here.
All right, I wanted to add something too. So, and this might take a while. So I wanted to give everybody an update on our curriculum thing. We've heard it all tonight, and I'll try to keep my remarks brief. Unfortunately, last week I was away, and I listened to the entire meeting by phone. That was a lot of fun. I was impressed by tonight and last week of almost unanimous objection to allowing this novice consultant to force a political curriculum into our classrooms on the night of the first day of our school. Remember, he was the one who suggested we teach East Asian history to first graders, which our supervisors immediately recognized as inappropriate. Yet we kept his contract, completely ignoring a united community. All of this because 5 of our members continue to ignore our community, insult and bully our teachers, and drive away our superintendent. Let me be clear, it is my opinion that these 5 drove our excellent superintendent into retirement. Our last curriculum meeting showed me why our teachers are leaving at a much higher rate than any other district in the area. We continue to attack and bully our teachers and administrators in public, at board meetings, and through burdensome policies. Jenna Vitale, an excellent administrator, was verbally attacked by the board and accused of ambushing the board in a meeting. This was completely out of bounds. Our board was well aware of the shortcomings of this rushed effort. She only answered valid questions with truthful answers. Now, some didn't like those answers, but they were the truth. Remember, these are the same board members who wanted to eliminate her job and then at the last moment struck a secret deal to save their jobs. The deal was curriculum supervisors had to work with Jordan Adams, or the board would use Jordan Adams' work himself. Instead, how could you possibly think she would reach out to those who were trying to fire her to ask for more information? It's a perfect example of bullying. I do admire the guts it took to answer those questions truthfully. I just wish more members of the administration would take a stand, just like Dr. Bolton would. I know it is difficult, but the community expects us to do what is right for our students. For the past 6 months, our school is being run by 1 board member with a tacit approval of 4 others. The results are scary.
Please be in order. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wars, please.
Teachers are afraid to speak up for fear of losing their jobs. Employee morale is at an all-time low. Ask any teacher, ask anyone who worked there. I see them all the time. In the past 6 months, we have lost 3 times, so we had 3 times as many teachers resign as we had in past years. This should be setting off alarm bells everywhere. Instead, a board member responded by telling the public that we had over 1,000 applicants for these openings. The real concern, 2,000, excuse me, I'm incorrect on that one. The real concern should be, why are we losing so many teachers? Once again, we ignore the true problem and find one meaningless data point to try to make everything look okay. It's no way to run a business. Now we're trying to ram through a partisan political social studies curriculum the day before school or day school starts. There are so many things wrong, and I've heard it from so many people, so apologize if I'm repeating a lot of this. So typically, the administration and teachers have always brought new curriculum to the board. Instead, this curriculum is basically written by an outsider with no experience in public education. On top of that, the administration and teachers are vehemently opposed to it. When changes are made to curriculum, we're always told what has changed and why. This release has no such data. Some grades are basically a cut and paste work by Jordan Adams. We have no idea what's being added or changed. It will take weeks to find that out. The community is united against Vermillion and Mr. Adams, both sides of the aisle. We need to listen to our community instead of ignoring them. I ran with 4 others on the slogan, parents over politicians. I haven't heard any parent who actually has kids in our school say they're in favor of this. 3 of my running mates have certainly failed miserably to listen to all those parents talking. There are areas of social studies that Mrs. Vitale identified as missing. We're learning more about that all the time. How can we change our curriculum knowing you are leaving things out? Jordan Adams was hired to assist our personnel in writing curriculum. I've heard this so many times tonight, sorry about that. Instead, he is writing it. He is not legally allowed to write curriculum in the state of Pennsylvania. Jordan Adams has violated the contract by publicly discussing this with a resident not associated with the school. I read the contract myself. It's in there. This alone should be grounds to terminate it. Our new curriculum highlights American success rate. What does that mean? It means we should teach our children all the great things we do, and we love this country. I'm never saying that for a second, but gloss over all the bad things we did. History is taught so we don't repeat our past failures. It is taught to help them to develop the critical thinking skills they need to be successful in this world. This curriculum does the opposite. It is completely disrespectful to our teachers to approve a new curriculum with unknown changes the day school starts. Now we find out that most people have other help when getting a new curriculum. We're learning tonight that we have none of that for that, so it makes it even worse. And I hear again and again how we want to remove bias from the curriculum. That is obviously a lie if we pass this tonight. The Hillsdale College curriculum has not garnered any endorsements from any history, civics, and educational professionals. We heard it here tonight from the speaker who was here before. So it is important that we build our curriculum and instruction on a sound foundation rather than polarizing ideology. And finally, we do have an alternate plan to use our existing curriculum, because we have a curriculum right now. Oh, it may not be the one we want, but the teachers know how to teach it, and they're ready to do it tomorrow. So we could keep it that way and make things a lot simpler and work out all these incredible amount of problems over the next year. What bothers me too is that 2 of our board members will not share their opinions on why this curriculum should be changed. I believe these 2 owe it to our community to explain why they would vote to force this on our children. After all, the community put you in this position of trust. Please honor the commitment you made when you were elected. Our teachers are our most valuable resource, and we are treating them as if they are a commodity that is easy to replace. They are not. Replacing an experienced teacher and bringing them up to speed takes a long time and costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, our children's education will suffer. To sum up, 5 members of this board are using a biased consultant to force a political curriculum on our students' classroom on the night of the first day of school. The community has been loud and clear that we reject this. As parents, we should be angry and horrified by this and motivated to do whatever it takes to reverse this if necessary. To the audience, if you care deeply about our school and community, please get involved so future boards actually listen to their constituents. However, today we have an opportunity to change the direction of our school board to one that respects our teachers and our community. I hope everyone realizes the significance of this vote. Please do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Yes. Can I amend the motion to pass grades 1 through 5 for this year, like pass it tonight, but be implemented for next year?
Implemented in the 24-25 school year.
Yes.
If Mr. Rice agrees to your amendment, yes.
I agree with that.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to pass the curriculum for grades 1 through 5, but have it implemented in the 24-25 school year, correct? Again, please be in order. So that's the motion because the maker and the seconder have both agreed on it. That's what you're voting on.
Okay. I want to address a lot of the comments and concerns that have been raised, and then I had some comments that I wanted to share as well. I'm gonna do it all at once because these have kind of gotten jumbled up and I still had some comments that I didn't get to make for the reload. There were comments about autistic support that I saw that were concerning to me, that we would be cutting a budget for autistic support and that our students wouldn't have what they need. So I did reach out to the administration. They assured me that we did not cut any of the budget for autistic support. We never would have supported cutting resources to the autistic support classroom, and they assured me that that the autistic support class will have everything that they need. There were also comments made here about how teachers need to buy their own staplers and tape dispensers. I actually went to Dr. Barczak and said, Dr. Barczak, can we buy everybody staplers and tape dispensers? Because I'm being told that all of our teachers are not able to, have to go out and buy their own staplers and tape dispensers. He also assured me that they have a supply list where they can just request a stapler and a tape dispenser, and they can get their stapler and tape dispenser. So the district does pay for those things. So I just wanted to make sure, because I do think that those are things that we should be covering. We are a fiscally responsible board, but that doesn't mean that we don't want the district,
Again, please
that we
be
don't
ordered.
want
Thank
all
you.
of our students to have all the resources that they need. The meeting that is being referenced as board curriculum committee members being excluded from is an agenda-setting meeting. Chairs of committees meet with the administration to set the agenda. That's what it's not a meeting before the meeting with the entire curriculum committee, so no one was excluded from meetings. Regarding things being bare bones, there's planning guidelines and substantial resources included in there. I did talk to the administration to make sure that those things are being shared, because that's one of the things that we liked about it, was how thorough and how much information was being shared. So I don't know if that information hasn't been getting to people, but that needs to be shared. How we ended up with Social Studies Elementary, 2 years ago, the administration brought us a proposal to redo all of the Social Studies Elementary curriculum because they wanted to renew it. They said we didn't have consistent materials, there wasn't horizontal alignment across the district, everyone was teaching in silos, and they wanted a consistent curriculum. Unfortunately, the board was not supportive of that, and myself included, was not supportive of that curriculum. Our kids with special needs get pushed into science and social studies primarily. Those may be the only subjects that they're in with their peers. These were books that were above the level that the kids could read. They were being told that they needed to read them to the class. They were disposable books that they would have been purchased on an annual basis to throw away, that the kids wouldn't even have used. It was also a cookie cutter curriculum. It wasn't good curriculum. And, so for the last 2 years, the administration has been tasked with coming with developing that curriculum. That's the storyboards that Dr. Barczak was telling you about. And in that process, they had expressed some difficulty with including some of it, with pulling in some of the curriculum. And so the idea of bringing in Jordan Adams was to be able to help them with that process. That was completely separate from the process about supervisors. The purpose and proposal to eliminate supervisor positions was that board members felt that there were too many people supervising teachers and not enough people pushing in and helping out in the classroom. So the idea was to not have more people evaluating teachers and instead add more teaching assistants to push into the classroom and provide more hands-on support in the classrooms. Had absolutely nothing to do with Vermillion or Jordan Adams, two completely separate things. However, part of the public comment and part of the comments from the supervisors in those discussions were everybody saying these are experts, they should be writing our curriculum. Well, that actually was not our process. Dr. Bolton had said numerous times in meetings, supervisors do not write curriculum in Pennridge. So why would we, it doesn't even make sense that we were bringing in someone to write curriculum to replace people who didn't write curriculum. So that's when we sat down with the supervisors and said, look, we don't want people who are just supervising and evaluating teachers, but if you're, if we can adapt that role so that you're actually involved in curriculum writing and using your expertise for developing the curriculum, that makes more sense and adds more value to your role than just evaluating teachers. We just felt like that was a more appropriate use of their time. So they were asked to work with Jordan Adams, who had already started on that task. We also had asked numerous times, we don't want sexualized
material pushed into and biased material pushed in. And again, there was stuff being pushed in that that we had asked not to have pushed in, particularly when you talk about RELA. Again, there's and the doom and gloom. Kids should not have to just be, I mean, it's in context. Kids shouldn't be reading about just all doom and gloom every single time. There should be inspirational stories, and it seemed like the focus was constantly in those directions. I'm going to read a blurb. One of the things that was criticized about Jordan Adams was his advice to use literature that had stood the test of time. And it's interesting because I was reading from a summary from curriculum that had been recommended to me personally, and the summary actually pointed out exactly what he was saying and why the literature that's being proposed that just isn't up to the same standard. It says, in general, well-written older books use richer vocabulary, more complex sentence structure, and contain more ideas per page than modern books. Recently written books, by contrast, use watered-down language, weaker, less complex sentence structures, and if they have any meaningful ideas, they either sandwich them between pages and pages of fluff, or they club the reader over the head with a message. That's exactly what we're talking about. In fact, the style here has been, let's decide what we want the kids to learn, and then find the books to send that message, instead of let's find good literature and use that literature to help kids learn based on what's naturally in the book. In teaching history, a sense of the past is not just a matter of knowing dates and events and being able to put them in order. It's about coming into contact with some of the best minds of the previous centuries, not mere decades. It's about reading their ideas and stories in their own words, getting a feel for truth, justice, mercy, faith, friendship, charity, loyalty, courage. These are ideas and traits that are timeless. I think that shows through when you're talking about some of these other books. This seems to constantly be comments about specific people rather than comments about the substance of the curriculum. Whether people like someone or don't like someone is not the issue. And we've already gone over the fact that I know people like disparaging him and like making fun of his credentials and all of those things, but the reality is the school code in Pennsylvania requires for curriculum writing that it's literally given full authority to the school district to make that determination, and the only requirement is that it covers the standards. He's qualified, and most of you who are complaining about his qualifications are also saying the teachers should be writing the curriculum when the teachers don't have additional qualifications than he has. He's also been the director of curriculum elsewhere and has over a decade of. I have prepared comments, and I need to address these things.
I understand that, Ms. Pant's comments, but maybe we could get a vote in before 10 o'clock.
Well, the proposal, when we talked about the social studies aspect, Kathy had put together a chart that showed exactly what was going to happen with the curriculum improvement and how the economics, government, and civics class was going to be taught in 9th grade, and the overlay was going to make sure that history was, the full history was covered in the 8th and 10th grade classes, which would be proposed for next year, and that's something that they would be working on in the future. Again, this has nothing to do with changing that last credit from being an elective of social studies to an elective of everything else. A board member...
Again, she has the floor. She's entitled to the floor. Thank you very much. Please, be in order, please.
A board member mentioned in the last meeting that we need to be teaching all perspectives and views. I disagree. We need to be teaching the facts. Hear me out.
Please be in order.
I don't think that we should be teaching all the different conclusions and having kids memorize all the predetermined conclusions that we want them to have. We need to be teaching kids the facts and encouraging students.
Please be in order. Please be in order. Thank you.
And encouraging students.
Please be in order, sir. Please be in order, sir.
Are you going to throw chairs? Is that what we're getting? Because that happened at the last meeting that you couldn't keep your calm.
Again, please. Let's be in order.
A board member mentioned in the last... We need to be teaching the facts and encouraging students to formulate their own views. Excuse me, Ron was able to give a long speech. I have comments that I would like to share.
Again, please be in order.
Let her
Please
talk.
be in order, everyone.
Please
Like to
stop. Let her talk.
Let's get to a vote, please.
We need to be teaching the facts and encouraging students to formulate their own views and think critically for themselves, not memorize a liberal and conservative perspective. There are so many ways to look at a situation, and we should be encouraging kids to dissect that information in all different ways, not memorize other people's takeaways. How many innovative ideas are we stifling and new ways of looking at a situation that no one else has come up with? It's just like finding all the ways to solve a math problem with multiple answers. Do we show them all the answers or encourage them to find them out on their own? That's not to say we shouldn't learn about all different people in history and what they stood for and analyze their life experiences that made them who they are, but we should err on the side of encouraging self-discovery and critical thinking. What would have happened if Elon Musk was encouraged to memorize the different predetermined conclusions instead of coming
Again,
up with his
please be in order. Please be in order, sir.
He was
Please be in order.
single-handedly
She
able
has
to
the
bring
floor.
communication to a country under attack using a satellite system. Think about the magnitude of one person being able to do what no one else could, because he wasn't forced to memorize other people's conclusions and able to think for himself. There was a public comment at the last meeting that highlighted the issues we're facing while trying to do the opposite. A community member read a specific fact in the curriculum with no opinion attached and went on to complain about how wrong it was that the curriculum didn't tell them the opinion that this person thought they should have come to from reading that fact. I can't disagree more. Students are smart enough to come to it on their own, and our teachers engage students to facilitate that thinking.
Again, please be in order. Let her finish.
The problem is we aren't giving them enough credit, and we think we need to spoon feed conclusions instead of having them solve problems. I'll share an unrelated example. When students are learning about something as horrific as the Holocaust, we need them to read direct and detailed accounts of the horrors that happened. We need them to feel that empathy they would get naturally from reading that history, obviously at age-appropriate times. What we don't need is students to memorize opinions of people today telling them what they should think about it. They will come to those conclusions on their own. That is the biggest issue I have with many of our social studies textbooks, particularly the world history textbook. There is no direct information telling you the facts in history. It's a whole book of opinions and conclusions to memorize, and most of them don't even provide the context because they are so busy telling them what conclusions to come to. So if students don't have the background knowledge, they won't even connect the opinion they're supposed to be adopting in the first place. And by the way, those organizations you cited said this book was fine and approved this one. It's not whitewashing American history to have students draw those conclusions on their own. It's creating critical thinkers who will go on to solve the problems everyone else will miss. Students don't become empathetic by reading, they should be empathetic. They need to come to it themselves. I specifically asked Jenna to share any concerns that she had on any of the curriculum because none of us wanted biased or racist or whitewashed or not learning about racism and the Holocaust and all of the things that they should be learning about in history. She said that she didn't have any of those concerns. She spoke very positively and was very supportive and had a great rollout plan. In fact, the only thing that she said that she had a concern about was she wanted to look further into the fact that she thought we covered racism. Racism was being covered too early and might be too much for kids to grasp at that point. But when she read it, she thought it was done in a delicate enough way that she thought it was still age appropriate. That was the only concern that she raised, which ironically is the opposite of the assertions that are being shared here.
Please be in order.
There were a couple of public comments in the last meeting that cited concerning statements, but Jenna confirmed in the meeting that those examples shared did not exist in the curriculum. She also praised the rigor of Hillsdale curriculum several months ago and talked about how impressed she was with it right here in this public meeting. As a teacher myself, I taught what the district told me to teach. It's the community through their board members in coordination with the administration that decides what to teach and what students should learn. I would never have gone to a board meeting to demand a district let me decide what to teach. I'm not saying everyone did that, just to be clear. That's not my job, though, as a teacher. Teachers have the most important job in the district. The teacher's job is to take that information and convey it in a way that is differentiated so every student can learn that curriculum to their highest potential. That's what their job is. Teachers are in charge of the how, not the what, and that's the more important job. Teachers scaffold instruction for critical thinking. We need to stop dumbing down education and spoon-feeding conclusions. This curriculum raises the rigor and removes the predetermined conclusions and opinions. We need to set the bar for where education should be. The great irony of all of this is people are coming here and blaming this curriculum that hasn't been approved yet for declining scores and rankings of the old curriculum and using that as an excuse of why we should keep the old curriculum. It doesn't even make any sense, which again leads to the critical thinking.
Again, please be in order, Mr. President.
And my last point, because that was a great comment about Native Americans, and I
Please be in order. Please be in order.
I did enjoy learning
Please
about
be in
Native
order.
Americans. It was actually the administration who said that we needed to pull that back, and they don't really know where that focus came from, but that it wasn't fully in line with the standards. So they were the ones that pulled that back. That was not a suggestion of Vermillion. That was a suggestion of the administration through that process.
Ms. Chenoweth, can we get a roll call?
Actually,
Wait,
no, wait a
no.
minute. Everybody didn't get to comment.
Just one more thing.
Well,
If this, wait,
no.
I'm sorry, this is quick.
You
If
both
this
got
is such a great curriculum, why has not one teacher from this district come up and supported it? That would be my question. If this is so good and so great and everybody loves it, you would think one teacher would come up and say this thing. Listen to our teachers. Don't pass this tonight.
And as to me already commenting, Mr. Miller asked me to hold my comments about social studies
That's true, I did.
until we had the social studies discussion.
Sorry.
And as a secondary social studies education major, someone that holds a degree in it, I've kind of held my tongue on that part. But I do want to speak to some of the things that were mentioned tonight. We heard people talking about how we need to teach students about representative government and about our democratic republic, and I fully agree. But right now we have concentrated power in the hands of 0.0001% of our community. There are 55,000 people that live in this community, and right now, 5 of them are making decisions without involving other people. Mrs. Banis Clemens spoke at length about all that she's done and that Jordan did and so on and so forth. But what Mrs. Batisky said earlier is important. There wasn't any collaboration on this. There's no buy-in. There was no rich development process for this curriculum. Teachers should be involved. And we have talked quite a bit about the substance, or I should say lack thereof, in this curriculum. To say that all people have done is disparage Mr. Adams is completely untrue. What they have spoken to is the quality of his work product, his complete lack of communication. And while I was waiting, while Mrs. Banis Clemens was speaking, I pulled up the text from Thursday, July 20th. I said, I understand there is a meeting with Jordan Adams today. I would like to be a part of it. And we were told not that it was an agenda-setting meeting. We were told that it was a planning meeting. So was it an agenda-setting meeting or was it a planning meeting? And if it was an agenda-setting meeting, why was our outside consultant at a meeting to set our agenda for our committee? The answers change based on what you want people to believe on a certain day. And then when someone brought up something that was in the curriculum and Ms. Vitale said that it's not in the curriculum, it wasn't written in the curriculum, but it is, as we discovered later, in the resource that you told the teachers they would be required to use. Also, you have said repeatedly that no one ever raised concerns about this curriculum. Not the teachers, not anybody. Again, completely untrue. We heard from teachers over and over and over again. We heard from teachers privately who quite frankly said, we're afraid to come and speak because of the retribution, the retaliation that we might face. So it's not just people on the left that we've been hearing from. It's not people who, don't love America. And if you really want our children to learn to love this country, being a patriot, learning to love your country is like having a faith relationship with God. Since so many people are familiar with that, you can teach your children all about the wonderful blessings that it is that you can get from having a relationship with God. But you cannot make them love God. And our Constitution of this country actually protects citizens from being forced to do that. You don't force it. That's what they do in other countries. And you can't point to anything that says that we can force people. Even people that commit treason against this country, we can put them in prison or give them other consequences. But one thing that we can't force them to do is say that they love this country.
So you do need to be honest about that. And the way that you foster a love for country is by teaching them about all the wonderful things, and you hope that they will come to love it as much as we all do. Now, to the problems with the curriculum. Differentiated instruction. There's not going to be time to write the lessons for that. We have too many opt-outs, again, so you're not going to be able to make this, even if you think you're going to roll it out in pieces or we want to roll it out next year, there's going to have to be 2 distinct courses because people want their children opted out of it. To say that this curriculum has more rigor when it has erased the 19th century of American history from the American history course, I just don't even know how that comment computes. It's obviously not as rigorous. There are a couple, 2, 3 things that happened in the 19th century that kids might need to learn about, and they won't be learning about them in this curriculum. So I don't think that we should put it off for another year. I don't think that we should be using this framework because it was never told that it was going to be a framework. We were never given an opportunity to choose a consultant who would work well with us. We were never given options to look at. And you guys talk about freedom of choice. You talk about freedom of the individual. You talk about, the beauty of the American experiment is that we are not a tyrannical or authoritarian government, but everything that you've displayed is, every way that you've acted is being that. Being authoritarian, forcing your opinion on people. Oh, and just my last thing. To say that I want kids to be taught what people think and make them memorize people's opinions, that is not at all true. I have said many times, I want them to be presented with all the facts. When someone says that they want someone to learn from all perspectives, you should say to a kid, okay, well, this is what people in, the South, this is how their life was, and maybe this is how they view. That's not the same as telling them an opinion and making them memorize it and regurgitate it. That is such a false representation of what we have said about what children should be taught in the schools. So my recommendation would just to be vote it down completely and actually start from scratch, do it in the way that it's supposed to be done, get buy-in, and have the unbiased curriculum with rigor that we all want.
Mr. President, the motion on the floor is to approve grades 1 through 5, but forestall its implementation until the 24-25 school year.
I have a comment still on this too. I view this differently than the first vote. The first vote, it was a text that was in there, a teacher's choice, and that was the only thing that I saw that was added of any significance. This is much different, and there's 2 things. One, we talked about the rollout, and I thought I appreciate, Joan, you reading the rest of the email because I printed it out to do the same, but Mrs. Tomlinson indicating, we have a partially completed curriculum. And I think that's true with regard to this. So the pushing it out would solve that, but it would not resolve the issues that we talked about at the curriculum meeting as optional versus required. And there was still no really great answer on that, why it's indicated as required for the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum, when it seemed some confusion about, no, it's not really required, we're just putting that language in there for required. I don't feel comfortable with that at all. And then I think for all the reasons that have been mentioned, I think we need to have a better start and reformulate this because it doesn't feel as collaborative as we discussed previously. So I don't think pushing it off is going to solve that second problem. Pushing it off may solve the rollout problem, but not the underlying substantive problem that I see with this. So my vote is different on this one than it would be on the first vote.
Ms. Chairman? And this is 1st through 5th.
1st through 5th, yes.
Rolling out in school year 24-25.
Mrs. Vance Clemens?
Yes.
Ms. Paczynski?
No.
Mrs. Blomgren?
Yes.
Mrs. Chaikin?
Yes.
Mr. Cormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Collin?
No.
Mr. Russell?
No.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Please be in order. Please be in order. Please be in order.
You officers had enough to say.
Please be in order. Thank you. There's one more.
Mr. Willis?
Nobody, you guys don't want to count it? No? No?
Mr. Worth, please cast your vote.
I said no.
Motion carries.
Motion passes 5-4.
There's no explanation. You can't give people a justification for what you're doing because there is no justification.
So motion
Your
to approve the
children
ninth,
grown up and say,
grade
"This
social
is
studies
disgrace.
unit.
It's a disgrace. No, I will not.
Motion and a second.
You gave these people nothing.
There's a motion and a
You've
second.
disrespected them.
Motion second.
Can I say something about ninth grade?
Ms. Jones, we, for roll call vote.
So what are we voting on now? Just the
You're voting on the 9th grade social studies unit. That's
to be implemented this year.
correct.
Dave, you want to comment on that at all? You're the president of the board who's leading this charge. You want to say something about why this is a good idea? Say something to the public. It's high time. You had weeks to do it. No, nothing going to say anything. Just cowards.
Mrs. Spanish Clemens?
Yes.
Ms. Paczynski?
No.
Mrs. Blumgren?
Yes.
Mrs. Chaikin? Mr. Cormack?
Yes.
Mrs. Cullen?
No.
Mr. Russell?
No.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Wurst?
No.
Shame.
That's a bad night for Pennridge. I
And
apologize to
curriculum
everybody.
will be held on September 18th.
Unbelievable. That's great leadership.
Facilities, Mr. Cormack.
Unable to tell people why you stand for something.
We have our approval for a change order.
Yes, put some bass in your voice. Don't be so sheepish.
Thank you.
Call me over there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be in order. Mr. Cormack, I don't want to have to reset. I don't have to recess this meeting. Mr. Cormack has the floor. Mr. Cormack has the floor. Mr. Cormack, please proceed.
We have a motion to approve a change order of 0104 for nice construction of $136,669.21 for unsuitable soils over excavation of structural fill remediation at the access road to Bloomingdale Road, the return of unused owner allowance funds.
Settle down.
No. Sir, please.
What does that mean?
Sir, please.
You want to explain that comment?
Sir, please.
Oh, because he's black? Is that what this is?
Sir, please.
Okay. But this is
Can we have order?
This is the three people
Thank
that
you.
agree with you. Someone
Thank you,
that's
Ms.
called
Foster.
a black man.
Stop. Thank you, Ms. Foster. We're in the middle of a meeting. Thank you.
This is your constituents.
Mr. Cormack, do we have a second to that?
Do we have a second?
I made second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
I'm what too? I'm a Philadelphian.
Ms. Foster.
Ms. Foster, you're out of order. Please stop. Ms. Foster.
I have an approval for change order. Motion to approve change order 0204 for nice construction in the amount of $0 to change substantial completion date November 27th, 2023, and the final completion date to be December 7th, 2023.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I have a motion to approve change order 0704 for BSI Electrical in the amount of $0 for the change, substantial completion date of November 27th, 2023, final completion date to be December 7th, 2023.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have a motion to approve change order 0502 to Guy M. Cooper, Inc. in the amount of $0 for change, substantial completion date November 27th, 2023, final completion December 7th, 2023.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have a motion to approve change order 0403, Milo Mechanical, Inc., the amount of $0 to change substantial completion date from the 27th of 023 to the final completion date of December 7th, 2023.
I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have another motion to approve change order 0603, Oliver Fire Protection and Security, in the amount of $0 for change substantial completion date to November 27th, 2023, to final completion date of December 7th, 2023.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have a motion to accept and award school bus bid 24-113 to Wolfington Body Company in the amount of $758,092.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have a motion to approve Center Stage Lighting Rigging, Inc. in the amount of $236,800 for the Central Middle School lighting system replacement.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have a motion to approve obsolete items A through K listed in the agenda.
I'll second that.
I can't vote for this because of the issues brought up on banning books and the sheer coincidence that these books happen to be vacated from the library because they were on the banned book list. And we don't even own up to it. That's the really sad point about this. So we did that, and I'm still going to make a comment on this. And so I don't know if you want to separate that out or not, but I'm voting no on the whole thing.
Okay. We did go through a process, and you were provided with all the information.
Yeah, but they were bullshit answers. I'm sorry. Excuse my French.
I'm sorry, Mr. Worse. Please,
Ron, they came from the librarians.
please.
Yeah,
be-
but they were checked out for a year, and then they were put on as they weren't in use. Well, they were checked out for a year. That's why they were in there. It's all lies. Unbelievable.
I don't think librarians are lying.
We were
No, they're not lying.
We were provided a list from Dr. Leparchik's office. He diligently went through with the library assistants. They classified each one of the books. You saw it with the policy.
It was that's just what happened. These books got removed.
Turn your mic off.
It doesn't add up. I mean, everybody out here knows that it doesn't add up, but that's fine. Just moving on. It's not going to make a difference anyway.
All right. So
We have a motion to approve obsolete items A through K listed below.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So two?
Next Facilities Committee meeting will be on on September 11th, 2023.
All right, moving on to finance. All right, approve contracts. Motion to approve contracts A through M listed below. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of student activity accounts. Motion to approve student activity accounts A through E listed below. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, facilities finance, excuse me. Committee meeting is scheduled for Monday, September 11th, 2023. Moving on to personnel, Ms. Chaikin.
Okay, so on personnel, we have a, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Motion to approve Timothy Caddy as high school principal, effective date to be determined. Do you want to stand up and just introduce yourself?
I do have words for each of them. Am I allowed to say that?
Sure.
You what?
Am I allowed to say something about each one?
Oh, sure, yeah, definitely.
What's going on?
Tim.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come down, Tim.
So much for representative government.
We welcome Mr. Tim Keddy to the position of high school principal. Mr. Keddy has been a Pennridge community member for more than a decade. A parent of 2 recent Pennridge grads, has over 20 years of education experience, with 15 of those years in various secondary administrative roles. He brings a strong background in special education and mental health, as well as tremendous energy and ideas for the continuing success of Pennridge High School. Welcome, Mr. Keddy.
Just like to take a moment to thank the Board of Directors and Dr. Scheid and the entire Central Administration team throughout the entire process. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Berrios for becoming the superintendent, as well as to congratulate my fellow administrators who are also getting appointed today. I am truly humbled and honored to become the principal of Pennridge High School and look forward to working with our fantastic staff, fantastic administrators, to most importantly support our students so they get the education that they deserve. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations, Mr. Petty. Next is approval for high school house principal. This is for 10th grade. Motion to approve Hillary Chaplicki, I said that right, as high school house principal effective today.
Second.
We welcome Mr. Hillary Japlicki to the position of House Principal for the class of 2026. Mr. Japlicki is a current member of the Pennridge High School faculty and also a member of the Pennridge community. He comes to the position with administrative experience as an assistant principal and curriculum supervisor for reading, English, language arts. Mr. Japlicki has a strong background in curriculum writing and instructional practices. We welcome him back to the admin team.
Thank you, first of all, for this opportunity. I'm really excited. It has been a long summer for a lot of reasons, a lot of different ways, but when 2,400 of my best friends walked into the school this morning, I knew why I was here. Today was an exciting day. It was a great day, one at the high school, and I'm looking forward to working closely with sophomores, because sophomore year is an extremely exciting year, and I'm excited to stay with them for the next 3. So thank you once again, and let's have a good year.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Just to add, Mr. Chaplicki is also a huge volunteer and with our sports programs with our kids, and also one of our local heroes. So saved one of our kids. So just wanted to point that out too. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations. Next up is a motion to approve Maria Pulley as Dibler Elementary School Principal, effective date to be determined. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion carries.
Oh yeah, no, she's still coming down. I forgot.
So it is my honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Maria Pulley, who comes to the Dibler Elementary with more than a decade of elementary principal experience, strong leadership skills, and a personality that definitely aligns with the Dibler community. She is a principal currently in the Northwestern Lehigh School District, where she was an assistant principal to an elementary school for 2 years, and then has now been serving for the last 10 years in the capacity as principal. And just a quick fun fact about Ms. Pulley, she shared with us that her favorite animal is a dolphin, so she's obviously very excited to become a Dibler dolphin. So, welcome, Maria.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm very excited to join the Pennridge community and work with all of the students, staff, and families at Dibler. It was really nice to see a student here this evening, so I'm even more excited to get to know all of the students, and hopefully I can join you very soon. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next is a motion to approve a job transfer, to approve the transfer of Mr. Vogel from Math Supervisor to Bedminster Elementary Principal, effective today also.
I'll second that.
I don't second it, okay? All in favor?
Wait, comments or concerns? So this is another transfer of a subject area supervisor, one of our core academic subject supervisors, out of that supervisory role and sending them to a different position. I know Mr. Vogel well. He was a principal at Grass where my children went to school, and he really excelled in that role. But the issue that I have with this is that it's not really, voluntary. There hasn't been any real discussion like we were promised about the supervisors. First, we were told that we could have a discussion later. Next, the story became that we need to wait for the new superintendent to make a decision. But the situation that exists now is not good. From a management standpoint, you have too many people trying to do the work, too few people trying to do the work of too many people. It has not been adequately explained how we're even covering the science supervisor that we don't currently have. And now we're going to add yet another supervisor hole that we're missing while we have assistant superintendents trying to cover the, superintendent's job for the time being. And there's just not good explanation for these decisions, and there's not good explanation for how we're going to be covering those gaps of what these people do on a daily basis in the school district. So I love Mr. Vogel. I just can't agree with creating another hole.
Okay, thank you. Where did Tony go? Did he still want to say something? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you sitting there.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr.
Opposed?
Vogel also has my full support for the role, but I am opposed to him being removed as the math curriculum supervisor.
Me too. We've never had a discussion on that.
Removed, and
Yes,
this
he
is
is. He is
voluntary.
being.
He's not.
Please.
Go ahead, Dr.
So just welcome Howard and joining the role as the Bedminster Elementary principal. Just welcoming Mr. Vogel in the role of the principal at Bedminster Elementary School. Obviously, he's had a lot of success in his tenure at Pennridge as serving as supervisor of math as well as the principal of Grass Elementary School. So we welcome him back as part of the elementary team. With that said, I just need to introduce Dr. Scheid again. She has one more item that's not on the agenda, but it's part of her.
I'm not sure if it is, but Mrs. Chicken, if you don't mind, because Mr. Brown, Steve Brown, he was already board approved, so there's no motion. But we didn't have the opportunity to introduce
I was
him.
wondering that. I saw him out there. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so we will tonight with your permission.
Please.
We welcome Mr. Steve Brown. Mr. Brown will come down. To the position of assistant principal at Central Middle School. Mr. Brown comes to us from Williamsburg Middle School in Arlington, Virginia, where he served as a middle school assistant principal. Mr. Brown graduated with a bachelor's and master's degree from Florida State University. He also brings a strong background in special education and has already made a positive impact on Central Middle School. Welcome.
Thank you very much, board members. Thank you very much, school administrators. I was Bucks County born and raised, and I'm happy to be back home, and it's an honor to be part of the Pennridge School District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Scheid, did you say Florida State?
Did I say Florida State? I did.
Don't we have a policy against ACC rivals to bid? I wish I had known about this.
Did we vote on Howard's? I don't think we voted.
Yes, we did.
We did, okay.
I had 2 in the negative and everyone else.
Okay, well then that is the end of personnel. Next personnel committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 5th.
Moving on to the IU, Ms. Bennis-Clemens.
Thank you. I'll keep this short since this has been a long enough meeting.
Promise?
Yeah, hey, listen, I got a lot here I could cover. Tempt me. So the IU had their opening day, which is the second best day of the year for the IU. The first best is their graduation, when the kids with special needs even come up and give speeches and accept their diplomas. It's the neatest experience you'll ever see. Second greatest day of the year at the IU is opening day, where everyone from the IU gets together and they recognize everybody's years of service. It's such a really neat experience, and they always have a great lineup of inspirational speakers and activities and things. And the speaker that they had at the opening day this last time was actually a magician. So he went up and did some magic tricks, but his overall message was, was really embedded. It was less about the magic and more about connecting with
the person you're with in the moment that you're in, and making sure that you build those relationships, and making sure that, you know, that becomes a focus and something to, you know, for everyone to focus on, you know, staff to staff, staff to parents, staff to students, just making sure that the person that you're with and communicating with and helping in that moment of time feels like they're the most important person in the world to you at that point in time. And, you know, just some really powerful messages that were shared in that experience. There was also a mini report on English language development programming. Dr. Ayanna Cooper facilitated a one-day workshop focused on supporting systems that utilize data-driven decision-making for English learners and their families. Dr. Cooper also led a 5-session online book study to support a more intensive exploration of the topics addressed in her book. The Bucks IU will continue to collaborate with the English Language Development Advisory Council during the 23-24 school year. The plans include 3 days of training sessions with expert trainers focused on optimizing school systems and program design to better meet the needs of students, teachers, and families. Another highlight is the ESY program that they have, similar to our ESY program here. It's equivalent to creating and managing a whole mini school district over there, serving almost 1,100 children each summer for 5 weeks, which is critically important for students with special needs to support their ability to maintain skills and educational levels over the summer break. Their project search team was recognized. They actually traveled to Milwaukee for the 16th annual Project Search Conference. The team was honored with the Excellence in Employment Award for exceeding the Project Search threshold for competitive employment with the program's first graduates in 2022. 72% working 9 months post-graduation for at least 16 hours a week at minimum wage or higher. I got to meet a lot of these students and their employers at a Project Search event that they had recently, and it was so inspiring, and it was really neat to see some of these kids and how you know, they really got the training they needed, and a lot of these employers then kept them after the program to continue having them work for them because you know, they were doing such a great job, and they built those relationships, which was really neat to see. It's one of 750 Project Search programs here in Bucks. It's a 9-month internship for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who have a goal of achieving competitive employment. And the last thing I wanted to mention, as our summer camps for the Fab Lab come to a close, there's the fall event registration that's open. The Fab Lab Center's super popular after-school clubs and STEAM Saturdays are set to begin. People can get all the details and register for any of the 5 clubs being offered and 6 STEAM Saturdays scheduled into December at the buckscounty.iu.org. It's bucksiu.org/fablab/events. So you can look on there to get involved in those. And that's all I have. And the next IU board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 19th. Oh, last thing. They were able to work with our administration here so that we can actually have the words up on the screen, which is amazing because now people in our community who you know, who have hearing impairments can actually come and participate in our meetings, which is really phenomenal. So thank you to our staff and to the IU staff for working together to get this accomplished. I know community members already who are so excited because they haven't been able to participate, and now they can come here and participate. So it's a really neat thing, and I appreciate everybody on that.
Mr. Thomas, that was, you had a hand in it, didn't you?
The irony.
A little bit. It's all good. Thank you. Moving on to the Bucks County Technical School Report, Mr. Cormack.
We'll keep this short. We had 9 companies that were involved. I got it. Thanks. We have 9 companies that were involved in a co-op educational program. Indian Creek Electric with 2 placements. Tiny Miracles, which is veterinarian. Bergie Electric. R.L. Reppard Car Repair. We have Warner Building Company. Again, it was car repair, or excuse me, carpentry. NRG Mechanical, HVAC. Cunningham Auto Repair, Schlesinger Steel, which is welding, and BS Auto, which is graphics communications. And that is with our co-op educational program. So we're moving ahead very quickly in getting students placed within the community. Skills USA PA Championship Competition. We had 4 individuals: commercial banking, culinary arts, technical math, and action skills. They were all gold medalists, and we'll give you an update as to the finalists at the national competition. That is my report, and our next meeting is September 21st, 2023.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cormack. Moving on to public comment.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I don't know why we put old business and new business after public comment, but I am going to make a motion in either old or new business. You can take your pick which one, because it has to do with Vermillion and terminating the contract. But since I'm going to make a motion for that, if it's something that wasn't on the agenda already, we have to allow public comment. So I want to let the public know that I'll be making a motion to terminate the contract, and they can make comment on it if they want.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a motion to amend the agenda now to vote on terminating Vermillion's contract? If the vote is yes, then you're voting to amend the agenda to allow a motion to terminate Vermillion. If the vote is no, then you are declining to allow an amendment of the contract to add that. And that way, then we'll know what public comment needs to be addressed.
No, actually, in old business or new business, you don't have to, it's not an amendment to the agenda. It's bringing up an item of old business or new business, and it can be, in other words, the board does not have to vote to make that change to the agenda, because I would be bringing it up. I'm merely giving people the ability to make comment on it, because it would be technically a new motion, but there doesn't need to be approval.
All right, Ms. Cullen, we'll do it your way.
Because it's the right way.
Thank you, Mrs. Collins. Laura Foster, is she still here? She's not. Mr. Levin? I don't think he's here. Ms. Kramer?
Yes.
Thank you. Your turn.
Jane Kramer, Sellersville. Over the summer, the Pennridge GOP promoted a protest at a support group for LGBTQ teens and young adults. They promoted people going to the actual support group and protesting. It's one thing to have an issue with the Rainbow Room or even with services for LGBTQ students. It's a whole other thing to invite people to a protest at a support group that Pennridge students attend. Can you imagine how they felt? It's ugly and it's wrong. And it's bothered me all summer, so thank you for letting me share that with everyone. What happened to this community? I've shared before in public comment that I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and my wife and I adopted our daughter in 2002, and we decided to stay in Sellersville to raise her. Overall, our experience with this community was fine. There were some minor issues, and I can think of one instance where a parent didn't want their child to play with my child, because of my status. But overall, I had positive experiences. My kids went to Trinity Lutheran Church daycare. They were wonderful, very accommodating. What happened? Pennridge community used to have a live and let live kind of attitude. So maybe I wasn't celebrated in this community, but I wasn't turned into a pariah by a political party. What changed? National political culture war talking points were and are embraced by some conservatives in this community. I guess it's been working for them because they continue to focus on issues like transgender youth in sports, while the community begs for transparency and reason, and teachers flee our district. It's like Nero fiddling while Rome burned. I call on Pennridge GOP to turn down the culture war rhetoric. Our kids, some of whom made public comments back in June, are listening. Thank you.
Ross, you're up.
Megan's sleeping.
I think Megan is taking a comfort break, which she's told to do, Ross.
Okay, I'll
Your
wait.
time.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, well, he had something to say.
It's your comment period.
Yeah, I know. Ross McLennan, Hilltown. Bob, good stuff about the tech school, especially the co-op and the Skills USA.
Yep.
Bad vote. Very bad. Well, the thing was about Megan.
The comments should not be directed towards individuals, should be directed to me.
To you?
Please.
Bad vote.
Thank you.
All right, hey, live with it. You're not knocking it out of the park on that one, buddy. Okay. Oh, and thanks a lot for letting Kevin speak earlier. I appreciated that. I want to ask Megan where these teachers are at that you mentioned earlier, but she's not here. So now that this vote's happened, what's going to happen with our state money? I mean, we've been hearing this all along, that we have to be concerned about teaching the way the state wants for our curriculum as a minimum. You're not going to meet it. So what's it going to do to me as a taxpayer? Okay, it's never been answered. It's been asked. I asked. He didn't answer it. So we lose state money, and all this bragging about, taxes not going up. I don't know how you're going to pull that one off. Also, these legal fees, oh my gosh, it's getting scary, and it's just getting started, because now you're breaking the law. Now you're breaking the law. So now you get sued. The stuff before is nothing. So why are you afraid to teach the truth about American history? I've never understood that. Never understood that. Is Megan back? Darn it. And I wanted to thank her about the Fab Lab and STEAM, because as an engineer, it's near and dear to me. I've thanked her many times before, but also didn't like her vote. She's scared, and it wasn't just Megan, but you forced many teachers out. I mean, honestly, they left. They left because of you. That's why they left. All right? It's very upsetting. You scared students and family away. But we got staplers. Yay, staplers. We got the staplers. So, good night.
Mr. Hawkins.
I had started to talk about a student-centered constitutional convention, and the thing I was trying to get across was that the kids learned to listen and learn from each other. And can we learn to compromise? Skipping ahead, the Bucks County Herald asked a question to Jordan Adams. It said, in your experience, how common or uncommon is it for school board members to take hands-on approach in curriculum development? And the answer that he gave was different districts take different approaches, but it appears Pennridge's approach is aligned with the public nature of public schools, namely that the majority of the community governs the schools and what they teach through their representatives in the school. So having a majority on the school board is an important thing, even though it may not represent the entire community. So I phoned the Bucks County Board of Elections, and I did some research. And I found that there were 37,698 registered voters in the Pennridge School District. In 2021, only 16,856 saw fit to vote. That's a sad 44.7%. 20,842 registered voters did not vote. So, bottom line, what does this mean? School board members, people up here, were elected by a majority of the minority of registered voters, 16,856 of the 37,793. I would love to see a series of forums organized to query candidates about their views and platforms leading up to the election in November, to defend their positions. Tonight's the first chance that I've had to hear many people up here say what they really think. And that's been kind of sad in my regard. I say to people out here, be sure to vote on November 7th. 71. There are 71 days left before that happens. I encourage you out here to talk to your neighbors, friends. I did some canvassing this weekend, and I found in door-to-door visits that many people don't know what's going on. I've asked people, do you know who Jordan Adams is? Do you know who Vermillion is? And to be frank, they don't know. So, go out, talk to people, tell them what's going on. Get them to vote. That's the American way. That's the only way that things change, by voting.
Thank you, Mr. Arkenfuchs.
You're welcome.
Stephen Rath.
Stephen Rash, Hilltown. Strike out, Dave. Strike out. Hopefully you understood that reference. Marine veteran, secondary social studies teacher, Master of Education and Administration, pursuing his doctorate in education. Wow, Jordan Adams. Oh wait, that's you back there. You're the one qualified to help us out. All right. Very impressive resume. Hope to hear from you in the future, if you don't run. I just don't understand. What are we doing here? These decisions are really bad. They don't make sense. And you cannot justify them. Whether it's Jordan not having qualifications compared to all of our teachers who do write curriculum. Jordan wrote the curriculum. He wrote it in the letter that he sent to just Jordan. I mean, come on. You know this. You saw it. You're the one that got the letter. You don't say, hey, this isn't good for us. Public educator. I don't know how, but you are. Where's the overlay? It's not overlay, it's full-on, shoved down our throat curriculum. There's no overlay. We voted on it tonight, or you voted on it. I'm not taking responsibility for that. And earlier you mentioned that we make fun of his credentials. Jordan Adams, that is, not Mr. Berrios. He has no credentials to make fun of, so how are we making fun? Think about it. Let's change the vote. Thank you.
Chrisanne Swirly.
Chrisanne Swartley, Hilltown Township. I just want to talk about leadership. Whether or not you enjoy public speaking or are good at it or feel like you have the skills for it, part of leadership is being able to articulate why you're doing what you're doing. And those of you up there who can't even say a sentence or two about why you're supporting what you're supporting, you need to learn something about what true leadership is.
Faith Streckfuss. Faith Streckfuss. Going one more time. Faith Streckfuss. Okay. Jake from Dublin. Please give your last name again, Jake from Dublin.
Sorry, what's that?
Please give your last name for the record again, Jake from Dublin.
Last name is actually not part of policy 903, clause 4
Sir,
or 5.
give your name.
I give my name and municipality.
Give your name.
Jake from Dublin.
Like your last name, sir.
You can stop me from speaking, but I did qualify under clause 4 and 5. I gave my name and municipality.
That's great, Jake from Dublin. Give your last name, please.
No.
Okay, well then, you're out. You're
You're
done.
stopping me from
Yes, you're
speaking.
done. Richard Burns?
I pass, sir.
Thank you. Kim Badillion? Mr. Hogan, Joshua Hogan. Mr. Hogan, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you earlier, but thank you.
Joshua Hogan, West Rock Hill Township. So most difficult part, I'm going to get right out of the way. I am very happy to see the 1776 curriculum here in Pennridge. Now it's time to talk about the elephant in the room, which is the vehicle that brought us here, that brought that today. So what else came with it? First, somehow I appear to be, at least I think, the only human being in Pennridge, and I've talked to a lot of them about this issue, who hasn't preformed an opinion of Jordan Adams' work until I've been able to see it. I did not know that there was attached to the agenda tonight, apparently something that details a little bit more of his work. I'm going to wait on that before making any judgments about him as an individual. Obviously, that's distinct from all of the issues with process, with transparency. I think that there are more issues there to talk about. But fundamentally, as we've gone through this meeting, I've been struck by the reality that we just continually, there's these narratives that somehow just get wings and they launch, and they're completely inaccurate. I can't believe I heard a sitting school board director say he is not legally allowed to write curriculum. We need to know the law, we need to know the school code, we need to know the regulations, we need to know our own school board policy, and we need to know that who can legally write curriculum? Literally anybody. The who can is one question that it doesn't even make sense to me how people got there. There are qualifications necessary to be a curriculum supervisor because they evaluate teachers. That makes good sense. That's an important function administratively, so that should have oversight. Writing curriculum, I don't even get it. So there's the who can. Similarly, when we talk about needing to understand the law, I mean, these opt-out forms, that makes me chuckle because section 4.4 of the school code, which was referenced when they brought up, it's so plain to read. It's only for specific instruction and it's based on a religious belief. So I kind of want to take them and see, like, what is the religious argument you're making to opt out of this? All of that being said, the real question is who should write curriculum? I'll say that I believe Pennridge educators should write curriculum. Always, that should be the preference. Maybe we should emblazon that into our school board policy more firmly. The problem becomes what happens when your professional educators and staff won't take direction from the board. That is really what we're grappling with here. Is Vermillion, is Jordan Adams the right vehicle to get us to where we are today? I honestly don't know that. I expected last week to be able to start to judge that, and I saw one presentation of RELA curriculum where it looked like all stakeholders agreed, and I saw another presentation where there was disagreement. It's really hard to make a judgment in that capacity. So at the end of the day, because my time's up, I recommend everybody go read this attachment that is on board docs, form your own opinion. I've waited all the way to the end of August at my own peril to try to judge this guy's, the quality of who he is, his character, and how well his work fits our district.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. April Fools.
April Foltz, West Rock Hill. Not even sure what to say, other than I'm not happy that you approved this curriculum tonight, and that you're forcing it through continuously as it's been your mission from the start. And it didn't matter what anyone said, it didn't matter how many facts were displayed, you were going to do it. So given the number of people who plan to opt their children out of this, and I do believe that there are seriously valid objections to be able to do that, I thought I'd offer you some tips and suggestions on an alternate curriculum that you could apply instead. Many of us, and I'll say I, but I know another number of people agree with me, I want a curriculum that doesn't ignore or denounce 20th century progressivism altogether. I want a curriculum that prepares my kids for a future beyond Pennridge, one that's going to teach them about both good and bad factual, not opinionated, events in history. I want them to learn that in 1955, Emmett Till, a 14-year-old boy in Mississippi, was murdered for allegedly flirting with a white woman, whose murderers were acquitted despite admitting to the lynching a year later. That women's right to vote was achieved 150 years after Abigail Adams wrote to her perfect founder husband to remember the ladies. Teach them about the War of the Roses in Nashville in 1920, and that the Equal Pay Act wasn't passed until 1963, and even today a pay gap still exists. Teach them about the actual legacy of Dr. King, not just a soundbite on his quote of the Declaration of Independence. The marches on Washington, the Montgomery bus boycott, segregated lunch counters, restrooms, and water fountains, the Birmingham and Greensboro sit-ins, and even the multiple attempts on his life, just as he fought for the basic rights of people of color. Teach them that the women's rights movement represented more than just a moral shift from America's founding principles. Teach them the impact of women like Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, and then Shirley Chisholm on women's rights in the 1970s. Contrast that with the efforts of Phyllis Schlafly and the Stop ERA movement. Compare that with similar events of the anti-suffrage movement in the 1920s. Teach them that the Equal Rights Amendment was first introduced in 1923, wasn't passed by Congress, or was finally passed by Congress in 1972, but expired without enough votes in 1982, and then finally achieved the final state vote 3 years ago in 2020, though it's still not a part of the Constitution. These are just a sampling of facts that our kids should be learning to be able to set them up for success in the future. We need a curriculum that prepares our children to enter a global workforce, to work with people who are different from them and not just tolerate but appreciate them. We need a curriculum that teaches our students they can love their country and still acknowledge its flaws. I personally look forward to that curriculum.
Rick Hicks from Hilltown. After that, Mr. Bob Sellers.
Ricky Hicks, Hilltown Township, 2 students in Pennridge. I was going to show up today and speak against the Hillsdale curriculum and how it is a massive white supremacy dog whistle, but I don't have the energy for it. I just turned 41 and I'm literally burned out because throughout my adulthood, I've had to explain to numerous white citizens why I, as a marginalized person, I and other non-white citizens feel marginalized. We can't fight that system on our own, as it was not built by us, and we don't have a seat at the table. That is a job for white citizens. You need to educate yourselves. Start with your woke friends and ask how and why they became that way. Approach the conversation with empathy and the will to learn, not just to argue a point or to be right. What I want to bring focus on is the behavior of our school board and some of its candidates. I won't need to call out names because the videos of previous meetings are on YouTube. They can also be seen in candidates' interactions on social media. Numerous young people have spoken at this very podium and mentioned how they have seen better debates in their civics class. Never was a more accurate statement spoken. I shared recently with others that I believe the camera feed during public comment should be zoomed out with the speaker on the podium displayed in the window on the side so that people at home can see the inattentiveness, the eye rolls, the glares, the disregard for the people speaking from some members of this school board. You should be doubly accountable for how you behave when the children are speaking. This is not how our community leaders should behave. Pennridge is a microcosm of what is going on in our nation. When you elect leadership that doesn't know how to treat people, that insults and belittles those that disagree with them, that disregards sound data and acts as a walking Dunning-Kruger graph, the people under them will often follow suit and do the same. It is of the utmost importance that those of us at the community that speak at this podium, regardless of what you believe, do it with class and respect. There are little eyes watching our example. It's also important that when voting, we look at not just policy, but the character of the people that we are seating. We need civil discourse to return to politics. We don't want people seated on our board or any other leadership position that are going to disregard the consensus of the constituents and bulldoze their personal agenda. Lastly, I want to go on record that I am a proud Christian. I accepted Christ at 7 years old and have never turned back. I recognize the history of this area. This is a white fundamentalist Christian community, and there is a fear that your way of life is under attack but you and non-believers need to know that this is not how Jesus carried himself. This is not how you love your neighbor. These extremists do not represent Christ. And if you are a Christian member of this board or candidate that has not condemned this damaging agenda and the extremist members of this or the extremist candidates, shame on you.
Bob Sellers. You're passing, Mr. Sellers? Okay, Mr. Sellers. Mark McAnally. I apologize if I Mark McAnally. Okay. Leah Rash.
Leah Foster Ash, Hilltown Township. Are we really that old that we're now like the parents from Footloose? I haven't let go of the dance at the feed mill, but the tables have certainly turned. I feel like I'm in that movie. To say that you don't understand what the issues are, you're not listening then. People have given specific examples of actual Hillsdale lessons that are in the Hillsdale lessons that are now required, and talked about what is wrong about them, what is exclusionary about them, what is racist about them. I talked about the wrong definition of equity, them implying that affirmative action was communist. You know, they actually link progressivism to studies from Karl Marx. That is one of the lessons you just approved. It's in there. You read it. Read that 1,000-page lesson that you just put out there. The one on civil rights is really bad and terribly slanted. And if you didn't read it, shame on you. You need to be informed yourselves. They're more informed than you are, more than just talking to a couple teachers. You continue to say like, oh, we're just doing this and no one was mad when this happened the last time, ignoring the multiple board members and community members who come up and point out the differences between your examples and what's actually happening. We just keep saying the same things over and over again. You claim that you're like, oh, we're just doing what's right for parents, we're doing what the community wants, when there's members of our community that talk about the targets you put on their children's backs with your policy, when you label who they are as controversial in your policy. You are a grown up. You know what that means when you are the coach, can understand this, and you make statements like that, the tone it sets for the team. You cannot plead ignorance. You must do better. Our community deserves better. I'm honestly just holding my breath till my kids graduate now at this point. I love Pennridge. I brought my kids back here because I love my childhood here. I'm like, but they aren't driving cars around with no air conditioning, listening to music late at night. Like, the whole area has changed, and that's okay. It's the generation gap. It exists every generation. I am not prepared to prepare my children for the world they will live in because I'm exiting it the same way you are. Let them go. You don't own them. They're a gift to you. Their world is going to be completely different from yours. Their high school experience is completely different from ours. You're too removed to be making these backwards judgments and pushing the district and the curriculum back hundreds of years. Shame on you.
Phoebe Wilcox. Phoebe Wilcox. I believe she spoke
I'd like to
before.
make an objection under the Sunshine Act.
Great.
Section 710.
Fantastic. Just email me.
Excuse me,
Adam.
policy says you can make an objection anytime during an open meeting.
Great. Thank you, sir. Adam Benson.
Adam Benchick, East Rock Hill. So, yeah, everybody knows how I feel about Vermillion and the curriculum. I'm not going to talk about that. What I am going to talk about, I don't know if anybody cares. I don't know if I have any standing to talk about this. I've just been to a lot of these meetings and seen a lot of school board members talk. What I think makes a good school board member, I think what went through my mind tonight when we've seen some monologues is that nothing's changed. Like, what the vice president has been doing in the last 6 months is what she's wanted to do for the last 2 years, and probably longer than that. And if you listen to what she says, nothing has changed since she was arguing with Bolton about about the curriculum directors in the meeting where they introduced the curriculum members. So, yes. Okay. But it was just the example I was using. I think that one thing that we really need in a school board member is the ability to keep an open mind, the ability, not necessarily, like, you're not going to change, maybe you're not going to change your mind on everything, but I still go back to hearing a school board member say that after being on the board for, I forget what it was, 6 months, 8 months, a year, that she said it was the first time that her mind was ever changed on anything, like thinking about the social studies credit. And that just amazes me that, like, school board members need to, like, carefully consider this stuff. And it doesn't sound like that happens much. So I would hope whoever gets elected will try and keep an open mind. The other thing I'd like to see is, I think as school board directors, you are servants of the public. I do think it does a big disservice when you stay silent for something that caused as much uproar in the community as this. And you may agree with it, you may disagree with it, whatever, but we deserve to hear from you as we deserve to hear from the people who are running. Like, we haven't heard anything from 4 out of the 5 candidates, or 3 out of the 4 candidates who are going to be running on one side. And it's pretty ridiculous when, like, somebody passed on a comment. How can you pass on a comment tonight when what went on? Like, people deserve to hear, like, you're not owed anything. You have to earn people's votes. And I hope that they do a forum. I hope that we hear from people before the election. Thank you.
Mara Whitson.
Mara Whitson, I do not live in the district. I am with Protect Bucks Political Action Committee.
Hold on a second. Thank you. Can I just take a second, please? Ms. Whitson, let me confer with the president, please. Thank you.
It's not a charity. It's not a charitable organization.
Guys, can I just talk to the president for 2 seconds? Thank you. The president's willing to let you speak.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
When I came here tonight, I planned to simply attend, not to speak. But apparently the mere attendance was seen as a threat to Democrats, who just about lost their minds at the thought of non-residents attending their meetings. Perhaps they feared their embarrassing and unbecoming conduct being viewed by a larger audience. To be clear, Pennridge has an illustrious history of non-resident speakers. You had one tonight who was not in favor of the new curriculum. Maybe you can be upset about it, maybe even flip people off as your example of respectful community engagement, but I'm here. So I just wanted to tell you as a board majority that this is the vocal minority and it's not representative of your district. Our PAC and our group has hundreds of members living in Pennridge who choose not to attend these meetings and deal with the chilling effect of a raging mob. It is scary to speak up here when you have that in front of you. So I understand their reasons. One of the pillars of the PAC is guaranteeing government transparency. And I realize that government transparency is not solely a concern in Pennridge, which I was reminded of by the attendance of Commissioner Bob Harvey, who spoke outside of your meeting. The silent majority that elected you gave you the mandate to move forward with your campaign promises, including removing bias from the curriculum. One of the only ways to achieve transparency in government is for our government officials to be honest and keep their promises. Those promises are the reason you won an election and that you sit on that stage. Thank you.
Stephanie Regina.
Mr. Miller, I'd like to make an objection. I have a right to be heard.
Mr. W., what is your objection?
The objection is that you're having viewpoint discrimination and stopped me from speaking when I have qualified in public participation. You allowed me the first time with no last name spoken. After hearing my viewpoint, you're now stopping me from speaking.
Mr. W., I disagree with you, but I will confer with the president. You can sit down while I confer with him.
I love how people speak of transparency without grasping the power of it. Complete lack of self-awareness.
Jake, would you announce your last name?
Are you asking me to come to the podium?
We're asking you to come to the podium, put your name in the record, your full name, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak my full name. I'm going to follow exactly as the clause is written as name. If the school board passes a policy for full name, I would do that. But as it stands, that's not the law. So under what authority would you deprive me of my right to speak here under public participation?
It's the president's call. Every other citizen who got up here without difference, whatever opinion they had, including the young lady who just spoke, gave their last name. So I think it's a matter of simple respect to do exactly what every other citizen has done. But I'll defer to the president.
I was just asking you if you come up and if you would give your last name, then you would be able to speak. I would appreciate it.
Well, respectfully, I don't think it's required under the law, and I don't think you can stop me if I don't provide it until you pass a policy that requires it.
I'm going to have to ask you to sit back down then. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Bradley Merkel Gump, please.
Bradley Merkelgum, Perksy. Shame on you. Shame on you for this miscarriage of democracy tonight. Shame on you for this rejection of good process and good governance in schools. Shame on you for refusing the calls of this community to answer your constituents and for choosing to remain silent. And shame on you for the harm you've done to our community, our teachers, and our students here tonight. To the four of you that have stood up for what is right tonight, please accept my heartfelt thank you for trying to do what's right. On behalf of my family, on behalf of the many people who have expressed legitimate concerns from this podium throughout the past several months, thank you. Thank you for trying to stop the board majority from belittling those individuals again and again and again. Have a lovely evening.
The last speaker is Mr. Shapiro.
Dan Shapiro, Bedminster. Kind of two topics. The first one, and Mrs. Poley, by the way, welcome. I'm a Dial parent. This is nothing against you. The first part of this is questions about what the heck you guys are doing. The Dialer and Bedminster principal situation. I would love an explanation. I actually emailed Dr. Barczyk and asked for one. I haven't received it yet. So I just want to put the question on the record for the board. What happened there? Because we had, Mr. Vogel was going to come to Dialer, and then you guys didn't fire the curriculum supervisors, and then he's now at Bedminster. Mrs. Washam, who was reassigned out of the school that she was beloved at in Bedminster and sent to Dialer for 2 weeks. My daughter told me she's not even there right now. You get an out-of-office reply if you email her, which says to email Dr. Barczyk. And our guidance counselor, who's been there for 1 year, is effectively the principal at the moment. Now, Mrs. Pulley has a lot to do, but she's not going to be here for a little bit. She's still tied for a district. What happens in 2 weeks and Mrs. Washam is gone? No one has explained this. So that's my first point of, I would love an explanation from someone on the board or Dr. Barczyk or someone. What are you guys doing? Because it doesn't make sense. Dialer is in crisis. We lost 8 of our 18 classroom teachers in one summer. We lost special teachers. We lost our principal. The school is not in a good place right now. And it would have actually been nice to have an established, strong leader like Dr. Vogel to come in and give us some stability. Mrs. Pulley, I am confident you'll do a great job, but again, it's 2 months till you're there. That's, That's a third of the way through the school year potentially until she is available. So I'd love to understand what's happening there. To the other point, I want to say, this is, I guess, to anyone listening, one of the most frustrating things in this whole process for a lot of us is the complete silence from Dave and Bob, unfortunately. And if you look at tonight, you look at the candidates who spoke, every single candidate on the Democratic ticket stood up tonight, made their position clear, including one who's in the board right now. On the Republican side, we at least had two. I appreciate that. Who did speak up. One opted not to, strangely. The others didn't even try. Do you want more of that silence? Because that's what you're voting for if you vote for these guys. They're not willing to speak up and put their position on the record. We wouldn't have all had to come here tonight if we knew for a fact how this vote was going to go. So if last week Dave and Bob, or at any point in the last 4 months, had said, yeah, this is why I believe this, and I'm not changing my vote, but we wouldn't have all had to be here to wait for the suspense of whether you guys could actually hit the button and turn your mic on. So I second the shame on yous. I'm frustrated with the silence, and November is coming soon, and I hope people come out and vote for some change.
Thank you for highlighting that the main motivation is to get candidates on the record and that this is really about the election. I appreciate it.
Wow. Wow.
Nothing changes.
I think what's being said are, again, very valid, legitimate concerns, and making it, never mind, I can't anymore. So are we finished with public comment and back to old or new business now?
Yes.
Okay.
Old business, and you had a motion.
All right, so I would like to make a motion, and we'll have our discussion, but I would like to make a motion to terminate the contract with Vermillion immediately. And Ron just seconded it.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Comments or questions?
So my comments, I wanted Dr. Carney, the man from Radnor who spoke earlier. I want to just go back to something that he said because I want people to hear it. He was speaking really quickly. He said, in Federalist Paper 10, James Madison wisely cautioned against the pitfalls of allowing a majority faction to sacrifice the public good and the rights of fellow citizens for the sake of their own interests. And, so many people talk about being honest and transparent and how these are the supposed values that you embody. There's nothing honest or transparent about this process. Even Mr. Adams himself, I was trying to pull up his emails, his multiple emails where he just evaded our questions. He actually, when I asked him who initiated the relationship with Vermillion, he said I would have to defer to the other board members to answer that. When we asked him to provide his notes from his meetings, his answer was, I didn't realize, please point to the policy that requires contractors to provide you notes of what I say to other board members. But oddly, he was very open in speaking with an outside third party, which I do believe is a violation of his contract. We don't even, and particularly because he was speaking about an employee and that employee's conduct and making accusations. Now, on August 21st, that was our curriculum committee meeting, and I expected that Mr. Adams would have been here to deliver his progress report and to be very proudly presenting the work that he had done. He wasn't here. On August 26th, I guess, because this email from Jordan Adams to Jordan Blomgren alone is dated, says yesterday at 4:24 p.m., and the date that, is printed on the top is August 27th. So it took him 5 days to give, some kind of defense of his work product. He printed out, like I said earlier, he wrote out 5 pages of information, only sent it to one board member. It was sent on August 27th, yet the rest of the board wasn't made privy to it until today. It's just a pattern with this person. The work product is poor. When he's questioned about it, he alternately blamed, the supervisor or the board. He seemed confused about what he was supposed to be providing. He doesn't talk in a straight line ever. And so this isn't a prejudgment. This is now many months of experience with this man. And with his poor work product, with his dishonesty, with his attacks of calling people goons who oppose him. To say that this is all coming from a small minority simply is not true. And to characterize it as people just being, leftist activists that don't want people to love America, also not true. He's fundamentally not being forthright with what he's doing. When I asked him, how did the scope of your work change? Because he came to the June 21st curriculum committee meeting. And he spoke about doing, he spoke more that night about RELA than he did social studies. And so, I asked him, you were only supposed to be doing social studies. When did the scope of your work change? And he couldn't give me a straight answer for that either. So I don't think that he's added anything of value to the school district. We weren't given the opportunity that we should have been given for a project this big. Like I've said before, this wasn't just a one-off, professional development training that someone came in to do. This was giving the reins to someone to very clearly do what we weren't told he was going to be doing, but now we know that he is writing curriculum. He's going to oversee every aspect of our children's education, and we spent more time talking about the salt storage shed than we did discussing who we should pick to do that very important job of rewriting all of our children's curriculum. And we need to go through the process correctly. We need to do it now. We need to terminate his contract. We have justification for doing so, and I think we need to do it.
I just wanted to add that I agree totally with her, so I would.
There have been accusations that Jordan Adams has not been communicating with, that 4 board members have not been allowed to communicate with Jordan Adams. I appreciate Mrs. Cullen sharing the back and forth dialogue that she had with Mr. Adams, which clearly happened because
when he
she
doesn't
was
answer the
communicating
questions, that
with
is
Jordan
not
Adams.
communicating.
And
when he defers to other board members, and in fact, Jonathan, Mr. Russell, because
let her finish speaking.
Mr. Russell actually had to say to him, Mr. Adams, in a social media post, Mrs. Chaikin speaks about how wonderful you are, communicative you are with her. And he's like, but when I ask you a question, you tell me that I need to go through Mrs. Blomgren. So please do not say that he is communicative. No. Why is everything with you guys? Being held
I just want to
accountable.
encourage everyone to look at the post because you're taking
whenever someone tries to hold you accountable for your own words, your own behavior, yes, every time. People are lying.
So you're saying
they're
in good
sabotaging.
faith that
they're
you're
ambushing.
having all these questions about this
Jordan,
contract, and in good faith because you're saying that it needs. This is for our students, and it's so near and dear. But again, there are contracts that go through consultants that have come through this district. But just this one is the one that you're saying that we should. But please give me an example of when any other one you said that we should bring in other consultants and other bids.
Jordan.
Can
When
you answer that
have
question?
we ever allowed a single consultant to
Can you
redo
answer that
all of our-
question?
I did answer the question last week when I gave an example, a very good example.
We had
of
just
how
had 3 consultants that were coming in to
re-interview-
work on curriculum. What are you talking about? There was
No,
a bid.
curriculum.
Those are the ones that you voted on. There wasn't like options that you voted on different
Did
consultants.
any
Those
of
were the
those,
3 that you
did
came
any
up
of
with.
those come from the board, or were they all through the administration?
Why does it matter? Again, it goes
It
back.
does
The
make
board
a
has the
difference.
authority to
It
do
does
that,
have the
Ron.
authority. It doesn't.
does.
It
But
should
you
work
keep trying to
with the
make that
school
line.
district
Jordan?
instead of.
All I'm going to say is, everyone, I'm
Stop.
encouraging
Stop
everyone to
talking.
go on and read it, because what happened last Monday was not fair to the work that Mr. Adams collaborated with in good faith.
Are you got to
Wait,
be kidding?
yes, completely collaborated with
Let
as
the board
well
fight with themselves. Please be in
No,
order.
I'm
no.
not arguing with, I'm not
No,
fighting.
I'm not finished. I'm not
fighting.
finished. So
You asked me a question and I will answer it when
no,
you're
you're
done.
refusing. I told you
No,
about the
I
consultants. You
will-
said
I
that
will
never
answer
happened.
the
So that question is ended. You don't have to answer it. You already answered it.
No, I will answer the
What
question.
I'll go back to, going back to the post that was put on the agenda tonight. After that last week's meeting, it was unfairly presented in a way where it didn't show the collaboration that did take place and the amount of compromises that both the district and Vermillion made working on the curriculum together. That's why I would encourage you to go look at it. and come up with it for yourself, because the way that you depict it, Ms. Collin, is in your opinion, which rightfully so, but others may find it more informative to actually look at more of the process, which is what people have been asking for. And I just want to go back to one more thing about the experience that people continue to try to say unfairly that he does not possess. He has 5 years teaching in grades 3 to 5, 7 and 8, and high school, histories, civics, government, economics, Latin. History department chair, 5 years of an instructional coaching position, civics education specialist, and director of curriculum for Hillsdale College K-12 education, and a teacher's cert in Texas. He's a bachelor's in political science, Latin minor, magna cum laude from Hillsdale College, master's in humanities, University of Dallas, ancient world, philosophy, and English. So again, it's not saying that he has more expertise, but he is qualified to do the job. Now, I also want to mention one thing on the bare bones of the curriculum. Again, I encourage people to go on themselves, not looking at social media, nothing else. Go on to the curriculum, especially since we're waiting to implement the 1st through 5 social studies. Go on where it says an example of core knowledge, Chapter 1, 1st grade. It is a free program. You can Google it. If you need help, I will help you get to there. The pacing is fully there. There are lesson plans, activities, and again, I will say this. I would love to say, use that only, use that curriculum in a box. Me, Jordan Blommer, would love to say that because I think that it is what is amazing for our students to be learning the American history. There's so much there that's not even being used, and that's okay. However, within the curriculum of what we're moving forward with is I wouldn't want to be in a box either. So the teachers do not have to use it, all of those things. I'll continue to say it again. They can use those as foundations, and if they want to create their own learning experiences, their own activities, their own assessments, they have the flexibility to do that. So I just feel like I need to say that again because I feel like it's not getting out there. It's like we're just forcing this, and it's not. So please look at the curriculum. Literally, go through the clicks of it, and it's not bare bones. It's very thorough.
Okay, so to answer the question, we have never hired one consultant to redo our entire curriculum, K through 12, all subjects. What you are referring to is because that is what this gentleman has apparently been hired to do when you said, when we were hiring him, that he was only going to do social studies. Again, we have never had one consultant be handed the reins to our entire school district's curriculum, ever. Has never happened. And to give the example again, when we, so the best example I can give, our curriculum is, the entire academic structure of our school district. Our buildings are the entire structure of our school district. When we hired an engineering firm to take care of all of our buildings in this school district, it was a multi-month process. We had numerous interviews. We had a spreadsheet. I looked it up. I looked it back up in my. I am on track because this is exactly analogous to what we're doing. It is exactly analogous.
Talking about an engineer.
When we chose somebody to take care of our entire school district's worth of facilities, we had many months of interviews. We were provided a spreadsheet of all sorts of details about those engineering firms. I would dare to say that our students should be just as important as our buildings, and we were not given the opportunity to do that same process with the person that has now been handed the keys to our entire school district. Also, he was not honest in the fact that he told, apparently, if we're to believe the account that was shared, he told the third party that the employee, he spoke about an employee's conduct. That should be the first strike and the only strike that we need.
It was positive.
No, he did not. I beg your pardon.
It was positive.
Jordan,
One
you're still
person yell at a
interrupting.
time, please.
You're still interrupting. He told that third party that particular employee never raised any objections. And then in the very first paragraph.
To their consensus, again,
No.
you're picking apart the
No.
narrative, the
I'm
context.
not.
You
I'm
are.
not. I give up.
What he was saying is that
No.
there was no, after they came to consensus with
I
the
waited for you
collaboration.
to speak, Mrs. Blomgren, and you are cutting me off. It says it right, no, I'm not. Unless the third party is misrepresenting what Mr. Adams told him. What Mr. Adams said was that that employee never raised any objections. Then he tells us that in fact there were objections, but we worked them out. But he had to talk about them because he was called out on it. And it was, so anyway, I think my position is pretty clear. There's plenty of examples of why we should go through this process again and do it the right way and really honor your commitment to parental rights and, allowing people to be involved. All this talk about collaboration I find pretty wild because there was absolutely no proper collaboration. There was no teacher involvement.
I think Mr. Russell has a comment, and there is a motion and a second on the floor.
With regard to the email that was put up just late today, are the attachments going to be made part of that? Because it says there's an adjustment tracker that reflects the development of proposals.
Jonathan.
All right.
Sure.
With that. And then in that email, it also, which is interesting to me, because how it was presented, Vermillion was going to be making recommendations of primary sources, I thought, when I heard originally. And when I read through the email, he says Vermillion's recommendation. And then he goes on and says Vermillion simply concurred, but in my judgment, it's my position. Vermillion did not judge on the one issue. Vermillion in turn recommended. It is my judgment. It was my understanding. And I think, if we're having a consultant, again, I think that's fine to make a recommendation, but I think we should be relying upon our supervisors who have the certification and the 5 years of successful teaching in the appropriate curriculum area to make the final call. It shouldn't be Mr. Adams making the final call. It should be our curriculum supervisors making the final call. They can consult with
Well, we, the
Mr.
elected
Adams.
officials, have the final call.
But I'm saying,
I will bring it back to that.
The five of you have determined what you want to do, which makes it very difficult. But if he's a consultant, then he should be consulting with. It's not somebody that we should be consulting with him as he develops the curriculum. He should be consulting with us and giving recommendations, as he says in his email, not trumping whatever the recommendations are coming from our curriculum supervisor. So I think that it's just not a good position right now. I do think we need to hit the restart button. I think there's too much water kind of under the bridge at this point, and we need to start over.
So typically, just to clarify a couple of points, typically communication goes through the chair of a committee. Just like if I have questions about the facilities agenda or anything with engineering, I reach out to Mr. Cormack and I go through Mr. Cormack because he's the facilities chair, and Mr. Cormack gets the answers to my questions so that everything is seamless. Same thing happens with curriculum. Through an abundance of transparency, and that was why Mr. Adams originally communicated that, but Jordan Blomgren wanted an abundance of transparency and said, you know what, let everyone answer any of them who reach out to you. They don't want to go through, let them go to you directly, answer their questions, and he went ahead and did that. Another board member had even shared that publicly. A community member apparently had reached out because that communication was out there, and followed up on the website and reached out to Mr. Adams. My understanding, again, just from what I'm hearing from everybody else, is that when Mr. Adams was contacted about his work with Pennridge, he was very professional and said, I've been working really well with the district, everything's positive, and gave a professional, positive statement about the district. That's called professionalism. We should be thanking him for taking the call and saying, yeah, I'm working really well with the district, I have a great relationship with the district, very professional, very positive. I don't see the issue with that. That's exactly what you would want a professional to do, is to speak positively and professionally about the people that they're working with. As far as, whether or not he should be presenting at a board meeting, I've never seen a curriculum consultant come to a board meeting and present. That's never happened. And we've had curriculum consultants. They don't come and present the curriculum.
We absolutely have
Excuse me,
we have
I
had-
let you speak
I'm
3
sorry,
times. Can I please finish?
Hold on. I think Ms. Vance Clemens does have the floor.
So curriculum consultants do not come and present curriculum. I've also never seen a progress report. I've never seen anything from a curriculum consultant. So this is far more transparent than any process I've ever seen before. And those recommendations have come through, and that curriculum writing has taken place with those other consultants. This consultant costs not only 1/8 of what the other consultants have cost hourly, but also has no minimum requirement. We can literally stop billing him at any, we can literally stop giving him work at any time.
Let's stop tonight.
He can only do work as assigned, so he can't bill us. There's no guarantees. Literally, this contract is written in a way where the entire ball is in our court, and we decide if and when to use him, and the rate is 1/8 of what everybody else is. We never asked him to do all of the K-12 curriculum. It was only working on this social studies stuff, and the RELA that we literally found out about days before it was supposed to go on the agenda. So again, the hyperbole here is
No, it's not hyperbole, and when you say we, understand that you don't really mean we. You mean you 5 or you 3 or whoever's making these decisions for the rest of us and for this entire community, without collaborating and just forcing your will on people. Stop saying we have decided, because we most certainly have not, and that is the issue. And as far as him talking, whether he had a professional tone or not, it's a violation of his contract to speak about his work. It says it right in there. And he wrote the contract, so I would think that he would abide by it. But he wrote the contract. He's not supposed to be talking to anybody, period. And especially not to comment on one of our employees. I'm sorry. I can't get over that. That he said that, she did not raise any concerns. And then right here, again, when I opened this up today, I couldn't believe it. I thought, right here in the first paragraph, he admits that he lied about the employee in saying that she didn't raise any objections. So, again, not honest, not transparent. This is not the most transparent person that we've ever worked with. We have had curriculum specialists come and speak to us. I always get their names mixed up, but Heidi Hayes Jacobs and Benna Calic. We've had people come and talk. So this these things talk about hyperbole. We've never had one consultant.
When did they come and speak? That's what I'm just.
Jordan, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Do you want the specific dates?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Oh my heavens! They came and spoke. The allegation was made that we've never had them come and speak. You guys make all of these never and always statements,
We'll
and
solve
you're
those
always
problems
wrong.
in the rest of this channel, please.
Motion on the floor is to terminate the Vermillion contract. The vote for yes is to terminate, the vote for no is to not.
Mrs. Vance Clemens?
no.
Ms. Batisky?
Yes.
Mrs. Blomgren?
No.
Mrs. Chaikin?
No.
Mr. Cormack?
No.
Mrs. Cullen?
Yes.
Mr. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Rice?
No.
Mr. Wurst?
Yes.
Once again, no explanation of your positions. You won't
Thank you,
tell the
Bob.
public, you will
Thank you,
not tell
Dave.
your constituents
Moving on to news.
why you stand where you
Are we
stand.
adjourning? Motion to adjourn?
No,
Yes, there are some other items that we have to cover.
Actually, an announcement, there was an executive session that was held on August 21st, 2023, to discuss a personnel matter and negotiations. The next school board meeting is scheduled on Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. With that.